Ideas of India co-presented by Dabur Vedic Tea, चाय का वही लाजवाब स्वाद अब सेहत के साथ। Co-powered by Dr. Ott, अब दर्द भी घुटने टेकेगा। Gallant Advanced TMT सरिया निर्माण का रियल हीरो। अब आएगा खाने में असली स्वाद राजेश मसाले के साथ। Driven by Maruti Suzuki. Technology partner, create today, enrich tomorrow, Panasonic. Gold partner, Senco Gold and Diamonds, design of India for you. पार्टनर वीको बजट दंती इंडिया का गम एक्सपर्ट मजेदार नहीं असरदार रमी बोले तो जंगली रमी इंडियाज मोस्ट ट्रस्टेड रमी साइट गेट क्विक लोन्स फ्रॉम टाटा कैपिटल बदलते भारत की नई गैस गो गैस क्लीन एंड ड्राई नंबर वन एक्सपर्ट इंटीमेट केयर रेंज सिडको वी मेक सिटीज MMRDA rebooting Mumbai knowledge partner Sharda University. The world is here at Sharda University, accredited A+ by NAC. Ideas of India co-presented by Dabur Vedic Tea, चाय का वही लाजवाब स्वाद अब सेहत के साथ। Co-powered by Dr. Ott, अब दर्द भी घुटने टेकेगा। Gallant Advanced TMT सरिया निर्माण का रियल हीरो। अब आएगा खाने में असली स्वाद राजेश मसाले के साथ। Driven by Maruti Suzuki. Technology partner, create today, enrich tomorrow, Panasonic. Gold partner, Senco Gold and Diamonds, design of India for you. पार्टनर वीको बजट दंती इंडिया का गम एक्सपर्ट मजेदार नहीं असरदार रमी बोले तो जंगली रमी इंडियाज मोस्ट ट्रस्टेड रमी साइट गेट क्विक लोन्स फ्रॉम टाटा कैपिटल बदलते भारत की नई गैस गो गैस क्लीन एंड ड्राई नंबर वन एक्सपर्ट इंटीमेट केयर रेंज सिडको वी मेक सिटीज MMRDA rebooting Mumbai knowledge partner Sharda University. The world is here at Sharda University, accredited A+ by NAC. Ideas of India co-presented by Dabur Vedic Tea, चाय का वही लाजवाब स्वाद अब सेहत के साथ। Co-powered by Dr. Ott, अब दर्द भी घुटने टेकेगा। Gallant Advanced TMT सरिया निर्माण का रियल हीरो। अब आएगा खाने में असली स्वाद राजेश मसाले के साथ। Driven by Maruti Suzuki. वीको बजट दंती इंडिया का गम एक्सपर्ट मजेदार नहीं असरदार रमी बोले तो जंगली रमी इंडियाज मोस्ट ट्रस्टेड रमी साइट गेट क्विक लोन्स फ्रॉम टाटा कैपिटल बदलते भारत की नई गैस गो गैस क्लीन एंड ड्राई नंबर वन एक्सपर्ट इंटीमेट केयर रेंज सिडको वी मेक सिटीज MMRDA rebooting Mumbai knowledge partner Sharda University. The world is here at Sharda.
Arise, all is coming through. अपने rights, अपनी fight. Arise, awake, अपने अंदर तू देख. The best of all is coming through. अपने rights, अपनी fight. Left or right, की आवाज को तुम भी सुनो. Let's talk fearless and free. फिर गूंजे अपनी unity. सर उठा के, सोच घुमा के. We'll be the change we wanna see. Ideas of India, of India. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India.
ABP Networks, Ideas of India.
Arise, awake, अपने अंदर तू देख. The best of all is coming through. अपने rights, अपनी fight, left or right, की आवाज को तुम भी सुनो. Let's talk fearless and free. फिर गूंजे अपनी यूनिटी. सर उठा के, सोच घुमा के, we'll be the change we wanna see. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India.
ABP Networks, Ideas of India.
Arise, awake, अपने अंदर तू देख. The best of all is coming through. अपने rights, अपनी fight, left or right, की आवाज को तुम भी सुनो. Let's talk fearless and free. फिर गूंजे अपनी यूनिटी. सर उठा के, सोच घुमा के, we'll be the change we. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India.
ABP Networks, Ideas of India.
Arise, awake, अपने अंदर तू देख. The best of all is coming through. अपने rights, अपनी fight, left or right, की आवाज को तुम भी सुनो. Let's talk fearless and free. फिर गूंजे अपनी यूनिटी. सर उठा के, सोच घुमा के, we'll be the change we wanna see. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India.
ABP Networks, Ideas of India.
Arise, awake, अपने अंदर तू देख. The best of all is coming through. अपने rights, अपनी fight, left or right, की आवाज को तुम भी सुनो. Let's talk fearless and free. फिर गूंजे अपनी यूनिटी. सर उठा के, सोच घुमा के, we'll be the change we wanna see. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India.
ABP Networks, Ideas of India.
Arise, awake, अपने अंदर तू देख. The best of all is coming through. अपने rights, अपनी fight, left or right, की आवाज को तुम भी सुनो. Let's talk fearless and free. फिर गूंजे अपनी यूनिटी. सर उठा के, सोच घुमा के, we'll be the change we wanna see. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India.
ABP Networks, Ideas of India.
Arise, awake, अपने अंदर तू देख. The best of all is coming through. अपने rights, अपनी fight, left or right. की आवाज को तुम भी सुनो. Let's talk fearless and free. फिर गूंजे अपनी यूनिटी. सर उठा के, सोच घुमा के. We'll be the change we wanna see. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India.
ABP Networks, Ideas of India.
Arise, awake, अपने अंदर तू देख. The best of all is coming through. अपने rights, अपनी fight, left or right. की आवाज को तुम भी सुनो. Let's talk fearless and free. फिर गूंजे अपनी यूनिटी. सर उठा के, सोच घुमा के. We'll be the change we wanna see. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India.
ABP Networks, Ideas of India.
Arise, awake, अपने अंदर तू देख. The best of all is अपनी fight, left or right. की आवाज को तुम भी सुनो. Let's talk fearless and free. फिर गूंजे अपनी यूनिटी. सर उठा के, सोच घुमा के. We'll be the change we wanna see. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India.
ABP Networks, Ideas of India.
Arise, awake, अपने अंदर तू देख. The best of all is coming through. अपने rights, अपनी fight, left or right. की आवाज को तुम भी सुनो. Let's talk fearless and free. फिर गूंजे अपनी यूनिटी. सर उठा के, सोच घुमा के. We'll be the change we wanna see. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India.
ABP Networks, Ideas of India.
Arise, awake, अपने अंदर तू देख. The best of all is coming through. अपने rights, अपनी fight, left or right. की आवाज को तुम भी सुनो. Let's talk fearless and free. फिर गूंजे अपनी यूनिटी. सर उठा के, सोच घुमा के. We'll be the change we wanna see. Ideas of India. Yeah, ideas of India.
Good morning. Namaskar, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome. On behalf of the ABP network, it is my absolute privilege to welcome you to Ideas of India 2023. My name is Radhika Bajaj, and I'm delighted to be your host. Thank you so much for joining us today. Now, as we embark on this second exchange of ideas and insights, we have to acknowledge that the past year has changed the world and, of course, India's place in it. A prolonged war, an economic slowdown, economic meltdowns, a catastrophic earthquake, not to forget the lingering effects of a global pandemic and ongoing climate change. This is our world today. Within that, India is finding itself as at a very critical juncture as a brand new world order emerges. Even as the focus is on looking inward and being Atmanirbhar, India, as the G20 chair, knows the importance of Vasudeva Kutumbakam, or the world is one family. There is clearly much to deep dive on. So let's begin the proceedings of the day on a very auspicious note and seek blessings from the higher powers. For the lighting of the lamp ceremony, I'd like to first very warmly welcome our keynote speaker and chief guest for Ideas of India 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Liz Truss. Good morning and welcome to you, ma'am. And for the ceremony, let's also welcome Avinash Pandey, CEO, ABP Network. I'd also like to invite Dhruva Mukherjee, the CEO of ABP Private Limited, to join us for the ceremony. May the lighting of the lamp bring us success in our endeavors. Thank you very much to all our guests. Mr. Pandey, can I request you to remain on stage and address the audience? Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Avinash Pandey as he delivers the inaugural address.
Well, it's exactly been a year. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to second edition of Ideas of India. It's a flagship summit where we get together with topmost minds across polity, society, culture, business, and sports to understand where we are today and where can be tomorrow. Last year when we met here, COVID was still around us. I remember last year in this audience, a lot of people were wearing masks. Thanks to a massive, successful COVID vaccine that we rolled out, that today all of us are sitting in this audience without a mask. We survived COVID with the world's second widest vaccine rollout, of course, but the war that started exactly a year ago is still on. Where we are today seems to be on the edge of precipice. Russia's war on Ukraine has turned the world upside down, creating a crisis in energy and inflation. A climate catastrophe is causing unseasonal floods, unnatural drought. My colleague just mentioned about the earthquakes. Cities are sinking, some literally cracking up. A long COVID has caused psychological changes amongst people in the way they live, work, and love. And yet, women in Iran are fighting for their rights to be heard. Seen against all odds, democratic elections are rewarding performing government and throwing out the bad one. People everywhere were falling in and out of love, helping each other and building communities. In the word of Billy Joel, a performer of my vintage, we did not start the fire. It was always burning since the world has been turning. While we are seeing a long war in Europe, economic collapse in the neighborhood, India, as an Indian, we are so lucky and proud that what we have done in tackling COVID, managing economy during this recessionary time, and diligent and ebullient what we are. We are indeed a great civilization and a vibrant democracy. Today, as TV and digital network, we see we are at the cusp of the new era despite all the tyranny of rating that we face. That is my favorite topic, and I don't want to digress from there, but yeah. We must, as a network, do what can make our country a better place than what we inherited. Ideas of India Summit is one initiative in this direction. We are covering all our countries, all over the country. What we are focusing on today is the green energy, green development, women empowerment, tech transformation, and we are lucky to be hosting G20 Summit, which we are proudly covering every day. We have 9 assembly elections coming up this year, followed by the general election 2024, in which it is expected that about 1 billion people will be eligible to vote, and many of them, millions of them for the first time. According to IMF, India is slated to account for half of the global growth by 2023. Just compare, a tenth from the US and Europe. The Center for Economic Research and Business Research thinks that India could be well past Germany and Japan to become the world's 3rd largest economy before 2035, close to $10 trillion. We are already a world leader in digital payments. We are looking to develop areas in solar energy, wind energy, green hydrogen production. I hope Nitin Gadkari ji is going to speak about tomorrow. And what we are seeing is that while the world is suffering the excess of unceasing growth, we are in the right direction as a country. More than that, despite a fractious, ruckus, and sometimes vexatious public discourses, we enjoy freedom, which are denied in many parts of the world. We revel in the freedom to educate ourselves, to express our opinions, aspire to be a better life, and achieve it. It is these ideas that we have gathered here to discuss over the next 2 days, and we have the privilege of doing so with thought leaders from across the world. We have amongst you former Prime Minister of United Kingdom, who has shattered all manner of glass ceiling in her political career. Very soon we'll be joined by a very senior leader from the biggest cultural organization in the country, which is the backbone of the current party in the power. We have academics. Some of the notable ones are sitting in the audience right now, who will explain to us who we are. We have tell us their stories. Sportswomen, some of them raise the banner of revolt against the years of inbuilt misogyny. Educators who bring to us the heartbeat of young Indians, and musicians who soothe our favorite bros and mend our broken hearts. Like last year, we'll also see the fatalities behind frame, the humor that lightens the darkest thought, and humility that the weightiest intellectuals wear like a second skin. At ABP, we are the believer in the ideas of India. We believe in its democracy, in its demographic dividend, in its diversity, in its dynamism, and its dissent. At ABP, we believe in introspection and action. We believe that the idea of dharma is above all. We believe in the many ideas, identities, and incarnation of India. Over the next 2 days, friends, you will hear much more on this from many wonderful people. So enjoy. Let the second edition of the AP News Ideas of India Summit begin now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pandey, for detailing what we can expect in the next 2 days. And of course, the Ideas of India Summit is a platform to understand India as well as its aspirations just a little bit better. With over 60 speakers, there is much to learn. And now we take a few minutes to invoke the grace of Ma Saraswati, who is the champion of knowledge, wisdom, and the arts. I would like to call on stage an artist whose melodious voice has given us company for many decades now. Please very warmly welcome on stage the much celebrated singer Sanjeevani Bhelande.
हेलो या नमस्कार। हिंदी के मशहूर कवि सूर्यकांत त्रिपाठी जी निराला जी की रचना प्रस्तुत कर रही हूँ। वीणा वादिनी वरदे गीत के बोल हैं। O Ma Saraswati, the goddess of learning, we pray to you to spread the light of knowledge in Bharat, our motherland. Sing the mantra of eternal freedom, Amrit Mantra. Rid us of the darkness of illiteracy. Let the light of your wisdom illuminate our world. Flood this great country with your blessings, positive energy, destroy negativity, hatred, jealousy, and violence. Bless this land. May it progress, and may we have happy notes. May every young bird, every young life flourish with flying colors, give wings to our imagination. Bless Bharat, the land of learning, the land of spiritual tradition, with the light of knowledge within. O Mother Saraswati, the one who is draped in white, is seated on the white swan and plays the veena. Bless India, bless Bharat with the light of wisdom. May Bharat shine brightly. Varade, Veena Vadini Varade. या मुन्देन्दु तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्र वस्त्रावृता या वीणा वरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेत पद्मासना या ब्रह्मा अच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निशेषराड्या
Samdani sampadani ma pada pamagari samdani sampadani ma pada pamagari
वरदे 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 वीणा वादिनी वरदे 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 प्रिय स्वतंत्र रव अमृत मंत्र नव प्रिय स्वतंत्र रव अमृत मंत्र नव भारत में भर दे वरदे 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 काट अंधपुर के बंधन स्तर महाजननी ज्योतिर्मय निर्झर कलश भेद तब
भेद तव हर प्रकाश भर जगमग जग कर दे पर दे लीलावादी नवगति नवलय ताल चंदन नवगति नवलय ताल चंदन नवल कंठ नव जलध मंदलव नवल कंठ नव जलध मंदलव नव नभके नव विहग विंद को नव नभके नव विहग विंद को नव पर नव स्वर दे वर दे वर दे वर दे वर दे लीलावादी वरदे 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 वरदे
I think we can do with a louder round of applause for that beautiful performance. Thank you so very much, Sanjeevani ji. Such a beautiful and soothing note to start the day on. And we've been talking about the Naya Bharat, and as the millennials would say, kya vibe hai, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we'll take a minute to thank our partners for their support. Ideas of India is co-presented by Dabur Vedic Tea, co-powered by Dr. Ortho, Gallant Advanced TMT Sarya, and Rajesh Masale. A driving partner is Maruti Suzuki, technology partner Panasonic, gold partner Senco Gold and Diamonds, and in partnership with Vico Laboratories, Jungli Rummy, Tata Capital, Go Gas, Clean and Dry, MMRDA, Sitco, knowledge partner Sharda University. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to our inaugural session. As you know, India has been known globally as an independent-minded polity, and that's quite clearly been reiterated in the past year. As India utilizes its internal strengths, it is also very much expanding its global influence. Our first session focuses on India and the world. Our guest for this session is the British politician who has observed India from a global lens for several years now. She stepped in as Britain's Prime Minister when the country was undergoing turbulent times on so many fronts. With her years of experience and developed country, there's clearly much to learn from her about how India can shine on a global stage. It's my great pleasure to invite on stage Liz Truss, parliamentarian and the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, to deliver the keynote address. Good morning, ma'am. Welcome.
Good morning. It's fantastic to be here in Mumbai. I first traveled to Mumbai back in the 1990s when I worked for Shell in the liquid natural gas industry, which is now a very fashionable industry. And I remember on my first visit being struck by the energy and the excitement of the city. But what I have seen every time I've visited since is more energy, more excitement, and more momentum. And just in the last few days being here, seeing the hoardings getting ready for the G20, seeing the cranes, seeing the new infrastructure being built, is very clear that this city and this country has huge momentum. In June this year, India will become the largest country in the world by population. And you have rates of economic growth that I can say we envy in Western Europe. And those benefits aren't just felt in India, they're felt right across the world. In the UK, India is the second largest investor into the corporate sector in Britain. Indian companies are active in sectors from steel to technology to pharmaceuticals. But what I think is so important now, at this critical juncture for the world, is India's voice on the world stage. Because as a country that believes in freedom, that believes in democracy, and believes in self-determination, you are going to be vital in the next few years. Because the reality is that the free world is in danger. Compared to 30 years ago, a smaller proportion of the global population is living in a democracy. We've seen the rise of authoritarian regimes across the world. And we're seeing the free world, particularly in the West, facing low growth rates following the financial crisis and following COVID. This is the time when we need new voices speaking out for democracy and speaking out for freedom. The reality is that in the West, we've been complacent. Since the end of the Cold War, we all thought it would be the end of history, that somehow we could take freedom for granted, that we could encourage countries to be more free enterprise, and as a result, personal freedom and democracy would follow. We became dependent on Russian oil and gas. We allowed China to join the World Trade Organization, and it's still designated as a developing country. And what we did is we enabled those regimes in some of the malign activities that have since taken place. Now, today I stand before you 1 year on from when the war in Ukraine started. And I remember it very well because I was woken up at 3:30 in the morning by my private secretary telling me that there'd been a full-scale assault on Kyiv, on cities across Ukraine, both by air and by land. This was the first full-scale war we would see in Europe for decades. Now, we responded very quickly. We put in place severe sanctions. Britain led the way. We were the first European country to supply weapons to Ukraine. And we did all we could to try and stop the invasion happening because we had very good intelligence that it was going to take place. But the reality is we should have acted earlier. We should have allowed Ukraine to join NATO when they asked to. We should have made sure we weren't dependent on Russia for oil and gas and the finance that flowed in to Europe from Russian oligarchs. And we're now in a position where we're helping the Ukrainians, but they are the people fighting for freedom and democracy on the front line. They are the people facing the huge human cost of the atrocities that are taking place in their way. Is we need to learn the lessons of this war. We need to learn the lesson that we can't take freedom for granted, that you have to fight for freedom, that you have to make the case for freedom, and you have to be prepared to defend freedom. And that's what I want to talk about today, about how India is going to play a crucial role in the next few years, because I really believe that these years will be crucial as to whether we end up in a world where authoritarian regimes have the upper hand, where they're the people making the decisions, they're the people dictating the future direction of the world, or whether we see democracy and freedom prevail. And the reason that we believe in freedom and democracy in this room is we know it is the best for human life, for our societies. We know that when we give people opportunities, when we allow people to start their own businesses, when we get people into work, when they are able to express themselves, we know that generates the ideas, the opportunities, the creativity that leads to growth and leads to opportunity. And that's what we've seen in our societies. So what do we need to do? What does India need to do? Well, first of all, we need to make the case. We need to mount a fight back against those authoritarian regimes and state capitalism who have been dominating the debate. Secondly, we need to make sure that we're working much more closely together economically. And thirdly, we need to up our levels of security and make sure we're collaborating on security. And this is something that I pursued as Foreign Secretary and as Prime Minister with India. But we need to deepen those relationships, and we also need to extend it to others who want to defend the cause of freedom. So on the economy, we need to make sure that pounds and rupees are being used in the service of freedom and democracy. They're not being used to subsidize coercion and autocracy. So how do we do that? Well, first of all, we need to start at home. We need to make sure we show that democracy and freedom is delivering for people in our countries. And what does that mean? It means that they see their incomes rising year on year. It means that they can aspire to new opportunities, a new home, a new car. They can have the opportunities they see others around the world having. That is vitally, vitally important. And what I see in India is I see new infrastructure being built, I see new industries being developed, I see new investment going in, and those high growth rates being achieved. And that's also what we need to do in countries like the UK. The fact is, since the financial crisis, we've had relatively low growth. And what that leads to is people start to question the system. They start to say, well, in this country over here, I see there are more opportunities. What's wrong with what's happening here? So that is why it is incumbent on us as democratic politicians to give people those opportunities, give people that economic growth. And for us in Britain, that means taking on vested interests who want to stop that. What I've labeled as the anti-growth coalition. The people who say, we're all right, Jack, things are comfortable here. We don't necessarily want to see new buildings. We don't necessarily want to see our lives disturbed. But we have to change in order to be able to grow. And I think that's something that we can learn from India. That's something that we can develop. But we also need to be on the front foot about freedom and democracy. Our adversaries, like China and Russia, are very good at promoting their economic model. They use misinformation, they use technology to communicate in all kinds of ways to the world. They also use the power of economic coercion to try and influence the way people think. So we've got to stop apologizing for the way our societies work and instead start explaining why they're successful. And this is where I think India's voice is going to be incredibly important, showing that the free democracy, the world's largest democracy, the world's largest country, can deliver in a much better way than the way authoritarian regimes seek to control and coerce people. But I don't think any country can do this alone, and we need to act collectively. That's why I'm a great supporter of trading more with our allies like India. And when I was Trade Secretary, I kicked off the free trade negotiations with India. I still think this is a massive opportunity for both our countries. We've got so much in common in areas like technology, in areas like pharmaceuticals, in areas like transport, that we can work much more closely together and create a free flow of goods and services between our countries. But I also think we need to build on that. The UK is currently also negotiating accession to this Pacific trade area. I would love to see in due course India join that trade area so that we are sharing ideas, sharing opportunities with people that share our values and believe in following the the rules-based system. I also want to see us work together with like-minded countries to create what I describe as an economic NATO. So what we see is we see authoritarian regimes working together. Xi and Putin have declared themselves best of friends, and they are backing each other up. They're backing each other up in terms of what message they're putting out to the rest of the world. And we, on the side of freedom and democracy, need to back each other up too. And that means working together on trade more closely. It means working together on investment. We know that the Belt and Road Initiative has led lots of countries in debt and lots of countries influenced by China to do things in different ways, to vote in different ways at the UN. We need an alternative that's underpinned by freedom and democracy. And we also need to make sure that we're working together on critical minerals and supply chains. Now, during the height of the COVID crisis, I worked very closely with the Indian government on some key supplies like medicines. And what we always discovered, and I discovered this with many other countries, is we didn't always know where the supply chain finished. And quite often, it would finish with somebody or a country that we couldn't trust. Now, in the UK, we've taken action. We've removed Huawei from our telecoms networks. We've now divested ourselves of getting oil and gas from Russia. But what I would like to see is I'd like to see free democracies work together so that we are together deciding what kind of technology is it right to export to an autocratic regime where it could be used to undermine freedom and democracy. Who do we offer the deepest trade deals to? Is it a country that we trust, or is it a country that we don't trust? When we're investing in green energy like solar panels, where are we getting those solar panels from? How are they being produced? These are all questions we need to answer. We need to be conscious that those economic decisions we make will affect the future of freedom and democracy. Because what we've seen is we've seen authoritarian regimes use that economic coercion against us. So we need to use it in the service of freedom and democracy. And we need to get on with it. I would love to see the India-UK trade deal finished as soon as possible. I want to see our accession to, there's some fans in the audience of that. I would like to see us complete the CPTPP accession as soon as possible, because the next few years are going to be absolutely crucial for our security and for our democracy. And of course, economic clout is vitally important. And India's economic clout has grown significantly, will grow much more in the coming years. But that economic clout does need to be backed by hard security, because what we saw in the Russia-Ukraine situation is even a country which was not apparently very economically successful has been able to create huge misery and attack a free democratic neighbor in Europe. And what we know is no one is immune from that around the world. No free democracy is automatically safe. We need to make sure it's safe. And what that is going to take is much more close working on security. And of course, India is a vital security partner for the United Kingdom, but also for our allies around the world. The last time I visited Mumbai was at the end of 2021. And I went out to the Queen Elizabeth aircraft carrier and watched the F-35s take off from the carrier, which is a fantastic sight. And in fact, the F-35s are based in my constituency in Norfolk, in England. So I actually met some local pilots from Norfolk in the middle of the Indian Ocean. It was a great experience. But what was particularly good was to see that we were conducting joint military exercises with the Indian armed forces. And that is what we need to be doing more of. We need closer collaboration in areas like intelligence, in defense. As a result of the war in Ukraine, is that we need to build up our stockpiles, we need to be manufacturing more. And of course, India is in an ideal position to be doing more of that manufacturing of defense equipment. So we have a real opportunity for that closer collaboration. I also believe that India has a very important role to play in the Indo-Pacific Quad. People kept asking me whether the UK wanted to join the Indo-Pacific Quad. I said I didn't think we were yet ready to move to the Pacific, but I fully support the grouping of the United States, Japan, Australia, and India. I think that is going to be vitally important for protecting freedom of navigation in the Pacific, and I would like to see that develop into a more formal alliance so that we make sure democracy is protected. Because what we've learned from the war in Ukraine is that if an authoritarian regime feels that there isn't going to be a reaction, then they will act. And we know that President Xi has said that he wants to create one China, that he wants to see Taiwan under Chinese control. I think that would be disastrous. I think that would have implications not just for Taiwan, another free democracy that we simply do not want to see extinguished, but would also have real implications for the ability for freedom of navigation, for trade, and for security in the Indo-Pacific area. Of course, we need to develop our links with Taiwan economically. That's something that we're doing in the United Kingdom, and we want to see allies do that as well. But we also need to make sure that Taiwan's able to defend itself, because prevention is better than cure. And stepping up our economic efforts to coordinate is going to be very important at this stage before it's too late. And one of my main messages to people here today is we learned the hard way what not preparing looks like with the war in Ukraine. Of course, Putin is responsible for that war. He's the perpetrator. But we all know in Western Europe that we should have done more earlier. Let's learn that lesson for Taiwan. Let's make sure that Taiwan's able to defend itself. And let's make sure that we've built up that economic resilience so that China cannot use economic coercion to achieve the objectives that they either achieve militarily or by that coercion. Finally, I wanted to say that there's a lot of gloomy talk at the moment, and we heard that earlier, that the world has suffered some really severe, the COVID crisis, the war in Ukraine. Sometimes it feels like things are not getting any better, that society or that the concept of freedom and democracy is not on the upward rise, it's in the decline. But I refuse to accept that gloomy talk. And I think in India, we see the greatest hope for our future, or virtually anywhere in the world. A free democracy that is growing rapidly. A country of pluralism, a country where free speech, the ability to get things done, is improving all the time. And what I want to do today, and I have been doing in my visit to India so far, is I want to encourage India to do even more. This is not just about India's future, which I believe is very positive. This is about the world's future. And if we take action now, to whether it's improving our supply chains, improving our defense links, working together more closely to counter disinformation, that work is going to pay huge dividends in the future. And what we need to do is use the dynamism of this country, use the opportunities this country is creating to really deliver, not just for India, but for freedom and democracy, and ultimately for the whole world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Democracy and how they make for a very solid foundation for more cooperation between India and the UK. Of course, there are many questions we'd like to put to Ms. Truss, and for that, I hand it over now to senior journalist and author Veer Sanghvi to please join us as the session chair. A big round of applause for Mr. Veer Sanghvi.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. I have very bad luck with microphones. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We don't have much time. Ms. Truss has a flight to catch, so we're going to go right into it. Some of the things you said about the threat that democracies face from non-democracies, some of which are expansionist, some of which wish to impose their views and their might on other countries, I think resonates with Indians because we feel that way. But here are our doubts. Our doubts are, does the West speak in one voice? What you've said about Putin, for instance, I think everybody agrees with. I think everybody in the West now says that. But only 5 years ago, the United States under Trump was singing a different tune. So how do we trust the West?
Well, this is where I believe India has a huge role to play.
Yeah.
I don't think India is a follower in this. I think India is a leader.
Yeah.
You're the world's biggest democracy, the world's biggest country now by population, an economic powerhouse. And India, as much as any other country, knows the real threat that China poses. So I believe that India can have a huge influence on that debate and also use its economic power to influence the way we all deal with China.
Okay.
And I talked about things like supply
Yeah.
chains. I know a lot of companies are now relocating their supply chains to India. I know that India is looking at where you source critical minerals from, your key components from. So, you know, it's a bit of a cliche that we're sort of moving from a unipolar world to a multipolar world, but we are. And that requires, you know, lots of countries to step up. I think Japan has also a really important role to play as a close neighbor of China, a key Indo-Pacific player. But what we can't do is just assume that if we do nothing, everything's going to be fine.
Yeah.
And that is what we have learned the hard way. We were hugely distracted after the Cold War. We really thought that it wasn't going to be a problem anymore, that everybody believed in freedom and democracy, that we could simply let Russia get on with it. That proved to be completely wrong.
Yeah.
And in order to protect our lives and protect the values we hold dear, we have to all be active in that debate.
You talked about economic power, and that's an interesting one because economic power and political power should actually have some connection, but often we act as though the two are independent of each other. Many companies in the West have invested hundreds, thousands of billions in China and now say we have too much at stake. Do you think in retrospect they were too hasty in doing that?
Yeah, well, as you say, money talks.
Yeah.
Money talks, and we all know that. And yes, we had too much dependence on China. And this is why in the United Kingdom, we made the decision to remove Huawei from our telecoms networks. We put in an Investment Protection Act. But we went through a huge period before that, sort of rolling out the red carpet to China. We had a so-called golden era where, despite what had already happened, I mean, things like Tiananmen Square,
Yeah.
had already happened. There were lots of signs that it was not a wholly benign regime. But nevertheless, when the West, we had this belief, and it turned out to be a naive belief, that with more economic freedom, China would become freer.
Yeah.
But actually, that economic growth has been used to undermine our way of life, and we have woken up to it now in the UK. I still think we need to do more. We need to do more with our allies, but there's been very much a change in mindset.
Has there, is my question, because you had that big state banquet for the president, which in retrospect was probably a mistake, don't you think?
Yes,
Yes, you agree.
It was. The whole strategy was a mistake.
Okay.
And the UK was not the only country that followed that strategy. It was
all of the West, really.
The trade organization, the way we allowed that to happen. I mean, back in the 1990s, which is an era we keep coming back to, the Chinese economy was the 10th the size of the US economy. We were dealing with something completely different to what we're dealing with now.
But when we hear you say that, and we have many concerns about China and India, I think we agree with you and we feel good. But we just wonder, is this actually the view of the UK political establishment? I mean, the UK government has been very unwilling to accept that China is any kind of threat at an official level, hasn't it?
I think the view of Britain, British society, British business, and British government has shifted over time to being much more skeptical about China and much keener to work with our allies to counter their level of economic influence. There's always a temptation, and I think we can see this across Western Europe. There's always a temptation to follow the money in the short term. But what I'm saying is following the money in the short term leads to a big cost in the long term. And that's what we've got to be very wary of, because in the same way that Europe became dependent on Russian oil and gas, we're now all spending money, spending effort. The poor Ukrainians are losing their lives because we didn't do enough early enough.
Yeah. But I remember when you made that speech in Tokyo, when you talked about many of the same themes that you've talked about today, and you talked about the threat to Taiwan and suggested that Taiwan shouldn't become another Ukraine and China shouldn't be allowed to take it over and the West should defend Taiwan. You were actually criticized in your own country. Jake Berry, a former chairman of the party you're a member of, attacked you for speaking out. So we wonder then, how much of a consensus is there really?
Well, I don't know about Jake Berry's views on Taiwan. I'll have to find that out.
All right.
There's never 100% agreement in any free democracy. In India, I'm sure there's not 100% agreement about lots of issues. The debate is moving in the right direction. I think people are becoming more aware of it. But the reason I made that speech is I do want to shift opinion, not just in the United Kingdom, but amongst our allies around the world, amongst free democracies around the world. So we are conscious about what we're doing with respect to China and with respect to Taiwan. And it's easy to say now, this is an immediate problem we're facing. We should be focusing on supporting Ukraine. We should be focusing on dealing with Russia. But the fact is, China is a much larger economy. Yeah. It's a much larger country than Russia. It is a real challenge that all of the free world face.
Let's move on to Russia, which everybody now agrees is a bad guy. You suggested that the West was a little naive when it came to Russia. Coming to the UK, do you think the high levels of dependence that Europe and the UK have on Russian energy, the manner in which London welcomed every Russian oligarch, they bought up large stretches of London, they became non-doms, they changed the character of large parts of the city. Do you think, looking back, perhaps the UK should have rethought that approach?
Well, yes is the answer. I mean, clearly, with the benefit of hindsight, we ought to have done things differently, and we ought not to have allowed the level of Russian influence in our society and particularly the level of economic dependence. And I think one of the things we've all learnt is how important having a secure, reliable energy supply is. This is why we're now building more renewables in the UK. It's why we're trying to secure more long-term contracts on LNG that are from reliable suppliers. Yeah. But there was in the late 90s, there was an era of optimism. I remember when the Berlin Wall fell in 1989, and everyone thought this is brilliant. Freedom's going to last forever. A lot of the West, we cut our defense budgets as well. We reduced the amount we were spending on defense. It was called a peace dividend. The problem was that the dividend didn't come through.
Exactly, yeah.
And it's always human nature, or it's often human nature to ignore the long-term threat and have the instant gratification. And that is frankly what we did. And I think it's all very well saying this is a benefit of hindsight, but we now have foresight about the future. So let's do something about face off.
Some people would say that the belief when the Berlin Wall came down in the years afterwards was that greater capitalism, greater prosperity would lead to greater democracy and greater freedom. That's clearly not happened, certainly not in the case of China and Russia. But what's happened as a consequence is that there's a global financial community which has developed with investments in all of these countries, with interests in all of these countries, which has its own foreign policy, for want of a better word. Is that a possible threat to the world?
I think one of the things that it's always difficult, and I'm a great supporter of the free market and free enterprise, but it's always difficult to explain the difference between that and where you have vested interests and people who don't necessarily follow the rules. Yeah. And I've talked about China and economic coercion, and there are certainly cases where the financial institutions, and we saw this during the financial crisis, did things that weren't in the interests of citizens of the country. And there has to be the holding to account of people making those decisions, and sometimes they're not accountable enough. And I think we saw that in the financial crisis.
Yeah, and we've seen that afterwards, haven't we, as well? In the sense that people don't really hold them to account as much as we should.
I think we've always got to look at the institutions that we have that hold these groups to account, and if you look at the global financial system, some of the global institutions we have aren't working as they should. I don't think organizations like the United Nations or the UN Security Council are not working as well as they should in the new environment that we face. So I think we do need to look at the institutional structure and how we are better able to hold people to account. Yeah. And ultimately, we haven't come up with a better solution than the nation state. So the nation state has legitimacy. Yeah. Countries like India, the UK, people who are part of them, they're a democracy. And I do think we need to make sure there's proper accountability.
You're in India, you've been foreign secretary for many years. You know that if you mention the Security Council, there's always an inevitable follow-up question. So do you think they should extend the permanent membership of the United Nations and India should be a member?
I mean, I think we need to relook at the Security Council. I mean, we're now in a position where one of the 5 members of the Security Council is pursuing an illegal war. Yeah. And that does beg the question about how this institution operates. And I do support a greater role for India, absolutely, as a key player internationally.
Greater role, key player. It's not a yes or sort of no.
Well, because I think the current structure isn't working. Yeah. So I think just adding to the current structure doesn't address the fundamental problem about how do we create security. And the approach that I'm advocating is an approach of the coalition of the willing working together on their own security arrangements, whether it's the Indo-Pacific Quad, whether it's NATO, whether it's the CPTPP. I think that is a better approach for the challenges we face now than working through the UN Security Council. I don't think the UN Security Council has had a decisive impact on the war in Ukraine at all. I don't think anybody would say it has.
Almost an irrelevance, isn't it? Because nothing has come up.
That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying that the sanctions we put on, we did through the G7 plus our allies. The action that we've taken to support Ukraine with weapons, we've done as a coordination between all the countries who want to do it. It hasn't, the UN Security Council hasn't come into it.
You're on record as having said, and I think you said it here again today, that the West should have allowed Ukraine into NATO when it wanted to, when it wanted to come much earlier. And I think you've also said that they should be given fighter aircraft and more arms, which they've been asking for and which the West has been iffy about. Is that fair? Do you believe they should be arming Ukraine more?
So we should have admitted Ukraine to NATO. And back in 1994, the UK signed the Budapest Memorandum along with Russia and the US, saying we would guarantee Ukraine's security in exchange for them giving up nuclear weapons. And I feel very strongly that none of us have followed through sufficiently on that commitment. We should have admitted them to NATO. I think the Article 5 guarantee is a very... There will be an intervention if one of the members of NATO is attacked. I think that would have protected Ukraine. And yes, we need to send fighter jets. We should have sent tanks sooner. You know, this war will only end when Ukraine prevails. It will only end when Ukraine prevails. I don't see an outcome where Russia wins. We will not let that happen. The question is how long it will take. And the longer it takes, the more Ukrainian lives are lost, the more the country is destroyed, the more atrocities are committed, and there have been horrific crimes of rape and sexual violence. So I'm very much on the side of getting them all the equipment they could possibly have. And in lieu of NATO membership, which is what they should have had, we should do that, and we should also fast track their NATO membership now, so we can never let the situation happen again.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about India because we're at the end of our time. Everyone in India, and you speak to anyone in government, has very warm memories of your time as Foreign Secretary, because we believe that ahead of all the others, you recognize the importance of India and you tried to forge stronger ties between the UK and India. The trade deal is one example. There is obviously a follow-up question to that. Was everyone in the UK behind you? Because you do know that your Home Secretary said that she was against the trade deal because there were too many illegal immigrants from India, which wasn't even true. And then later, on a slightly unrelated issue, you sacked her and she was back in office in 10 days. So that kind of thing makes us nervous.
Well, what we have seen is we've seen a huge increase in the number of students coming from India to the UK, which is extremely welcome. I'm not going to go into the trade deal negotiations, but clearly services and the way that we provide services between our two countries is really important. And I think there's a difference between issues of illegal immigration, which are very serious for the UK. We've got a problem with small boats in the English Channel, and making sure that we work with our friends and allies. We've got people with the right skills coming to the UK. And I'm a big supporter of making sure that happens. And we've got a huge Indian diaspora in the United Kingdom. India has a huge cultural influence on Britain, as well as a huge economic influence on Britain. And I think that's a wholly good thing.
So I'm going to pin you down on that one. Should the issue of people coming across the small boats across the channel, many of whom are Albanians anyway, have been linked to the India-UK trade deal?
I don't believe they're linked at all. You know,
Well, a member of your government did.
There's a question about how we deal with illegal immigration, and I think it's completely unfair and wrong for the situation to continue where people are entering the UK illegally. That's completely different from our system, which is now points based. It's based on the skills you have, and that's how we should decide who comes to the United Kingdom, as well as having particular arrangements with partners. And I negotiated those arrangements in the Australia trade deal. That is the type of thing we should be looking at, as part of developing our broader relationship with a country.
A final question, because you are in India. Among your many achievements in government, the one I think we've noticed in India is there were more people of color in the great offices of state under you than there ever have been. Did you make a great effort, or did this just happen?
Well, I appointed the best people for the jobs.
Yeah.
That's really important. And I think it shows what the modern Conservative Party is like, is that those were the best people for the jobs. And we are a multicultural country. We have a huge wealth of talent. We've also got a lot of women in politics as well. And I'm a big supporter of making sure that we have good representation of women. So, but the way the Conservative Party achieved this isn't through quotas. It wasn't through women-only shortlists. It wasn't through, picking particular people. It was about creating a level playing field and making sure we have that meritocracy in the Conservative Party. And I think we've shown we've delivered that, and that is an exciting development for us.
The final inevitable question, how do you think Rishi is doing?
Look, I had a long leadership election last summer. I'm sure it was all being live streamed here. Look, I'm a Conservative. I support the Conservative government. I want us to do well at the election. I'm here in India at the moment. And I want to see us do our trade deal.
Which is a great answer, but not an answer to my question. But I think we'll leave it there. Thank you so much. The Right Honourable Liz Truss MP. Big hand.
What a wonderful conversation, an honest one about the
Dabur Vedic tea, चाय का वही लाजवाब स्वाद अब सेहत के साथ. Co-powered by Dr. Ortho, अब दर्द भी घुटने टेकेगा. Gallant Advanced TMT सरिया निर्माण का रियल हीरो. अब आएगा खाने में असली स्वाद राजेश मसाले के साथ. Driven by Maruti Suzuki. Technology partner, create today, enrich tomorrow, Panasonic. Gold partner, Senco Gold and Diamonds, design of India for you. Partner, Vico Vachidanti, India का गम एक्सपर्ट मजेदार नहीं असरदार. Rummy बोले तो जंगली Rummy, India's most trusted Rummy site. Get quick loans from Tata Capital. बदलते भारत की नई gas, Go Gas. Clean and dry. Number 1 expert intimate care range. Sidco, we make sittings. MMRDA rebooting Mumbai. Knowledge partner, Sharda University. The world is here at Sharda University. Accredited A+ by NAC.
थोड़ा आगे बढ़ते हैं अपने अगले सेशन की तरफ.
खाना मैं सिर्फ राघव भोग आटे की रोटी खाता हूँ और क्या चटपटा है राजेश मसाला. ट्राई करिए.
टेस्ट मस्त.
जबरदस्त.
राजेश राघव भोग चक्की आटा.
Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
The civilization debate. I'd like to invite someone on stage who in political circles is known as the key link between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh. Please extend a warm welcome to Shri Krishna Gopal, Sah Sarkaryavah RSS. Krishna Gopal ji, आपसे निवेदन है कि हमारे साथ स्टेज पर जुड़े. And to facilitate this conversation, I'd also request ABP Network's Dibang to kindly take over the proceedings.
नमस्कार, मैं हूं दिबांग. कृष्ण गोपाल जी, आपका स्वागत है. आपने दिल्ली में एक बड़ा बयान दिया पाकिस्तान को लेकर, और आपने कहा कि अगर पाकिस्तान चाहे तो भारत गेहूं भेज सकता है, 20 लाख टन भेज सकता है, वो मांगता नहीं है। क्या कहना चाह रहे हैं आप?
भारत का जो विचार है, सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, दुनिया में सभी सुखी रहें, दुनिया में कोई भी मनुष्य कहीं पर भी भूखा ना रहे। हमारे पड़ोस में ठीक है पाकिस्तान संकट में है, लेकिन बार बार वो हमारे ऊपर आक्रमण भी करता है। लेकिन यदि पाकिस्तान उदार मन से भारत से गेहूं मांगता तो भारत सदाशयता के साथ उसको जरूर देता। यह भारत की सनातन परंपरा है। अभी कोरोना में आपने देखा ना, हमारे पास मेडिसिन थे, वैक्सीन थे, तो हमने जरूरत वाले देशों को तुरंत दिया। हमने गेहूं भी दुनिया में अनेक देशों को दिया जिनको आवश्यकता है। सौभाग्य से भारत के पास सरप्लस गेहूं है, लेकिन वो अपनी जिद छोड़े ना, वो जिद नहीं छोड़ता, शत्रुता नहीं छोड़ता, ये बड़ी उसकी समस्या है।
आप कहते हैं सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिना, आप कहते हैं हमने सबको वैक्सीन दी, आप कहते हैं हमने गेहूं भी दिया, लेकिन जब पाकिस्तान की बात आती है वहां हालत खराब है। आपने कहा कि 250 रुपए किलो गेहूं बिक रहा है, आप क्यों नहीं भेजते हैं? उसमें आप क्यों चाहते हैं कि वो आपसे मांगे, हाथ जोड़े, तभी आप करेंगे? जब आप सबको देते हैं खुले मन से दीजिए। आप तो कह चुके हैं कि ये अपना ही देश है। आपने कहा पाकिस्तान के लिए कल कि अपना देश है।
ये तो भारत सरकार से मांगेगा ना, तो भारत सरकार से मांगेगा तो भारत सरकार विचार करेगी इसके ऊपर। मेरा मानना है जरूर भारत सरकार उदारता पूर्वक विचार करेगी, लेकिन वो मांगने का मन तो बनाए, उसकी जिद तो ये है ना।
कृष्ण गोपाल जी, मैं यही समझना चाह रहा था कि इसमें मांगना क्यों जरूरी है? अगर हम देख रहे हैं कि लोग वहां भूखे हैं, और आपने कहा कि आ, आपके शब्दों का चयन आप पता नहीं कैसे इसको समझाना चाहेंगे। आपने कहा कि पाकिस्तान में तो कुत्ता भी नहीं भूखा भूखा सोना चाहिए, तो नहीं दे रहा है क्या?
इंटरनेशनल रिलेशनशिप में जो बातें आवश्यक है ना, वो बातें तो आवश्यक है, जरूरी है।
आपको क्या लगता है कि अगर वो मांगे तो हम लोग 20 लाख टन गेहूं दे सकते हैं?
नहीं, ये तो सरकारों का निर्णय है। हाँ, भारत के पास सरप्लस तो है। भारत अपनी आवश्यकता से 1.5 करोड़ टन गेहूं अधिक पैदा करता है इस समय, ये सच बात है, इसमें कोई दो बात नहीं है।
ये बताएं कि पाकिस्तान पर आप लोग बार बार बात करते हैं। इमरान खान ने पिछले दिनों काफी तारीफ की भारत की। क्या लगता है कि एक बार फिर समय है पाकिस्तान से बात करने का?
पाकिस्तान को अपने मन को ठीक रखना चाहिए। स्वतंत्रता के बाद से ही पाकिस्तान ने 4 बार भारत के ऊपर आक्रमण किया है। 47 में किया, 65 में किया, 71 में किया, कारगिल में किया। तो उसको अपने इस स्वभाव को सुधारना चाहिए। जब तक अपने इस स्वभाव को नहीं सुधारता तो वहां भी अस्थिरता रहती है, और भारत के साथ एक शत्रुता का भाव उसको हमेशा के लिए छोड़ना चाहिए। और आतंकवादियों को जो प्रशिक्षित करके भारत भेजता है, तो ऐसी परिस्थिति में संबंध सामान्य बनना थोड़ा सा कठिन होता है, और इसलिए अपने स्वभाव को सुधार करके वो चलेगा, इसी में पाकिस्तान का भी भला है।
आपकी राय में, आरएसएस की राय में क्या वजह है कि पाकिस्तान जो जैसा आप कह रहे हैं स्वभाव को सुधारता नहीं?
और पाकिस्तान का निर्माण ही देखिए एक शत्रुता के आधार पर हुआ है। हम भारत के साथ नहीं रह सकते। ये जो बात थी जिन्ना साहिब की या इकबाल साहिब की, उसके कारण से पाकिस्तान बना, क्योंकि उनको ऐसा लगा कि यहां वे हिंदुओं के साथ नहीं रह सकेंगे। लेकिन ये गलत नीति थी, क्योंकि भारत में विभाजन के बाद भी बड़ी संख्या में मुसलमान रह गए, वे अच्छे तरह से रह रहे हैं यहां। तो भारत में जो मुस्लिम जनसंख्या यहां रह गई थी, वो अच्छे से बढ़ रही है। वो 3 या 3.5 करोड़ मुसलमान आजादी के समय भारत में थे। आज उनकी जनसंख्या 14 करोड़ है, 14.5 करोड़ है। लेकिन पाकिस्तान के अंदर जो हिंदू रह गए थे वो उस समय लगभग 11 11.5% थे, वो केवल 1% रह गए। ये ऐसा क्यों होता है? ये एक चिंता का विषय है।
जो आबादी थी मुसलमानों की वो करीब 26% थी, जिन्ना मांग रहे थे 30% आरक्षण। आज वो घट गई है, भारत में करीब 15-16% मुसलमान हैं, 17% मुसलमान हैं। क्या इसमें जो गिनती है वो आपकी गिनती बाकी गिनतियों से अलग चलती है? उसकी कोई खास वजह है?
नहीं, मैं
या
तो सेंसस की रिपोर्ट बता रहा हूं। जो जो पुराना सेंसस था उसमें लगभग 13.5% मुसलमान थे। आज वो मुसलमान लगभग 14-14.25% होंगे, है ना? तो ये सेंसस की रिपोर्ट है।
आप सेंसस की बात कर रहे हैं, आपको सेंसस पर कितना विश्वास है? देश में जनगणना होनी चाहिए, ये आप कितना जरूरी मानते हैं?
भाई, सेंसस के अलावा और कौन सा आधार है? वो अच्छे प्रकार से हो, इतना ही आवश्यक है।
मैं ये सवाल इसलिए भी पूछ रहा हूं कि अगर 1981 से 1881 से, माफ कीजिएगा, लगातार एक काम हो रहा है, वो जनगणना का काम हो रहा है। 1881 से 1830 के आसपास अंग्रेजों ने इसकी कोशिश की थी, और ये पहली बार है कि जनसंख्या अभी तक गिनी नहीं गई है इस देश की। हमारी जितनी भी योजनाएं बन रही हैं वो 2011 में जो जनसंख्या गिनी गई थी, यानी 15 साल पुरानी जनसंख्या के आधार पर बन रही है। और कहा यह जा रहा है कि 2024 का जो चुनाव होगा उसके बाद ही लोगों को गिना जाएगा, जनसंख्या जनगणना की जाएगी। आपको इस पर, आरएसएस को इस पर चिंता नहीं है? आरएसएस सरकार के पता नहीं लगाम खींचता है, कान खींचता है, या कान में बोलता है, वो करता नहीं है, क्या है?
तो जनगणना 1881 से प्रारंभ हुई और हर 10 वर्ष के बाद भारत में सेंसस होता है। हाँ, उसके अंदर एक्यूरेसी और अधिक अच्छी हो, ये तो आवश्यक है। लेकिन जनगणना के अलावा और कोई ऐसा साधन तो दिखाई देता नहीं जिससे कि देश में कितने मनुष्य हैं, बच्चे कितने हैं, पढ़े लिखे कितने हैं, रोजगार में कितने हैं, इकोनॉमिक कंडीशंस कैसी है, लिटरेसी का रेट कैसा है। तो ये सब बातों को जानने के लिए देश में जनसंख्या की और हर 10 साल बाद ये प्रोसेस होती है। लेकिन जनसंख्या ये गिनी जाती है, जो सेंसस होता है, इसमें बहुत आधार पर आगे के प्लानिंग होता है, आगे की योजनाएं बनती है, शिक्षा के बारे में, रोजगार के बारे में, डेवलपमेंट के बारे में। तो सेंसस तो आवश्यक है, लेकिन ये सेंसस बहुत सारी बातों को डिक्लेयर भी करता है, बताता भी है क्या स्थिति है। और कभी कभी थोड़ा चिंताजनक स्थिति जो ध्यान में आती है वो ये आती है कि एक और तो लिटरेसी का रेट बढ़ रहा है, अच्छी बात है। जो पॉपुलेशन का ग्रोथ रेट था, जो एकदम अलार्मिंग था, वो कम हो रहा है, ये अच्छी बात है। देश भर में जो इंजीनियर्स है, डॉक्टर्स है, ग्रेजुएट्स है, उनकी संख्या बढ़ रही है, ये तो अच्छा है। लेकिन जो डेमोग्राफिक चेंज हो जाता है वो तो चिंताजनक दिखाई देता है। सर, आसाम का मूवमेंट क्यों हुआ? जब 1941 के सेंसस के आधार पर मुस्लिम मेजोरिटी वाले डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स जो है वो पाकिस्तान को चले गए, लेकिन पिछले एक 60-70 वर्षों के अंदर वहां 9-10 डिस्ट्रिक्ट फिर मुस्लिम मेजोरिटी के हो गए। तो एक जनगणना ये भी बताता है कि खतरा कहां पैदा हो रहा है, ये अच्छा नहीं है। हमारा मानना ऐसा है, ये जो प्लान्ड वे में या किसी भी कारण से जो डेमोग्राफिक चेंजेस आते हैं वो अलार्मिंग होते हैं, भविष्य के लिए एक खतरा, उसकी घंटी बजाते हैं। तो आसाम के लोगों को लगता है उनकी पहचान भी खतरे में पड़ जाएगी। धुबड़ी, नलबाड़ी, हैलाकांदी, करीमगंज, उन जिलों को देखिए ना आप, तो ये डेमोग्राफी ऐसी बदल गई, ये हमारे लिए चिंता का विषय है।
कृष्ण गोपाल जी, पर मेरा सवाल तो वहीं खड़ा हुआ है, उसके पास आप गए नहीं। मेरा सवाल यह है कि क्या आपने सरकार को कहा, सरकार के कान मरोड़े, सरकार को इशारा किया, सरकार को कहा कि ये गिनी जानी चाहिए आबादी? क्या ये वजह है कि सरकार ने बहुत सारी योजनाओं के बारे में जो दावे किए हैं, वो अगर जनसंख्या गिनी जाती है तो वो दावे उनकी सच खुल जाएगा? 10% घरों में बिजली है, हम ये मान लें कि सभी घरों में बिजली है गांव के, ये सारी बातें खुल जाएंगी। क्या यही वजह है कि 24 के चुनाव के बाद गिनती होगी? इस पर आप सीधा सवाल का जवाब दे नहीं रहे हैं, ये
नहीं,
बात
हम
सही
जो
नहीं है आपकी।
जो जिस तरह से आप प्रश्न कर रहे हैं वो से हम सहमत नहीं है।
आप प्रश्न से सहमत हैं?
नहीं, हाँ, आपने जैसे कहा ना, वो प्रश्न को मैं दोबारा बोलना नहीं चाहता, लेकिन जिस तरह से आपने कहा उससे हम सहमत नहीं हैं। राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ तो स्वतंत्र एक संगठन है। हमको जो कहना है या तो जनता से कहते हैं, अपने स्वयंसेवकों से कहते हैं।
चलिए,
आप भाजपा से आपका जो अगर इंडिकेशन है, तो भाजपा अलग एक स्वतंत्र पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है, वो सरकार बनाती है, वो अपना निर्णय लेंगे।
पर क्या इतना कह सकते हैं कि आरएसएस मांग करती है कि जो जनसंख्या गिनी जानी चाहिए थी, 2021 में आनी चाहिए थी, वो काम पूरा किया जाना चाहिए, इतना आप कह सकते हैं?
नहीं, पिछली जनगणना तो शायद ये कोरोना के कारण से नहीं हो सके, थोड़ा लेट होने वाली होगी शायद, मेरे अंदाज से। कोरोना में जो जनगणना 2021 वाली होनी थी वो नहीं हो सकी है, शायद उसका काम अभी चल रहा होगा। और उसमें से जनगणना के बाद जो रिजल्ट्स आएंगे सामने, उसमें अगर कुछ आवश्यक बातें दिखेंगी तो वो हम लोग कहेंगे। हमको तो कहने में कोई संकोच नहीं है।
जातीय जनगणना का सवाल हो रहा है। हम देख रहे हैं कि बिहार में जातीय जनगणना होने वाली है। इस पर आरएसएस का क्या मत है? क्या जातीय जनगणना इस देश में होनी चाहिए?
ये जातीय जनगणना का विषय हमको ऐसा लगता है कि यह राजनीतिक अधिक है। एक एक जाति को गिन करके उसका पर्पज क्या है, ये थोड़ा ध्यान में रखना है। हाँ, समाज के सभी वर्गों का विकास होना चाहिए, इसमें किसी को दो मत नहीं है। और से अनुसूचित जाति, अनुसूचित जनजाति, उनके लिए आरक्षण है, ओबीसी के लिए आरक्षण है। समाज में किसी भी प्रकार से जातिगत वैमनस्य, जातिगत भेदभाव ये अधिक न बढ़े, इस बात का तो अपने को पूरा ध्यान रखना चाहिए।
आपको लगता है जातीय जनगणना से वो बढ़ेगा?
हम चाहते हैं किसी भी प्रकार का ऐसा ऑपरेशन न हो जिसके कारण से जातिगत भेदभाव और बढ़े और जातिगत दीवारें और अधिक मजबूत हो। ये अच्छी बात नहीं है। अब धीरे धीरे जातिगत भेदभाव, जातिगत जो है आइडेंटिटी, ये धीरे धीरे जाना चाहिए। जो संविधान ने कहा है वो कास्ट, क्रीड, रिलीजन, इन सब से ऊपर हट करके और काम करेगा। पर ऐसी कोई भी बात जिससे ये जो आइडेंटिटीज है और अधिक सॉलिडिफाई होती है, ये मैं समझता हूं ऐसा कोई भी सिस्टम, कोई भी ऐसा ऑपरेशन ये हमारे संविधान की मूल भावनाओं को शायद थोड़ा सा हो सकता है आहत करे।
ये जो आइडियाज ऑफ इंडिया की बात हो रही है, अगर आप अखंड भारत की बात करें, देशों को गिनते हैं अखंड भारत में,
जब अखंड भारत की बात चलती है तो देखिए वो राजनीतिक नहीं है, वो सांस्कृतिक अधिक है। जब वो सारे वो जो भाग जो भारत के दर्शन से, कल्चर से अपने को एक मानते हैं, जिनको मालूम है हमारा जो सांस्कृतिक मूल जो सोर्स है, रिसोर्स है, ओरिजिन है, वो भारत है। तो भारत के इस दार्शनिक, सांस्कृतिक, वैचारिक इस भाव से जो एक रूप मानते हैं, वे अपने आप को भारत के साथ ही जोड़ते हैं। हम समझते हैं वह जो एकता है वो अधिक महत्व की है राजनीतिक एकता के तुलना में।
उसमें आप किन किन देशों को शामिल करेंगे अखंड भारत में?
हमको ऐसा लगता है कि नेपाल है, भूटान है, म्यांमार है, आपका लंका है, ये सब देश भारत को अपना बड़ा भाई जैसा मानते ही है।
पाकिस्तान,
उनको भी लगता है। पाकिस्तान भी, अब देखिए आजकल वहां कई यूनिवर्सिटीज में ये विषय चलता है कि पाकिस्तान का जन्म कब हुआ। तो बड़ी मात्रा में हिस्ट्री के प्रोफेसर्स जो है इस बात से सहमत नहीं है कि पाकिस्तान का जन्म 14 अगस्त 1947 को हुआ। वो मोहनजोदड़ो को अपने साथ जोड़ते हैं, तक्षशिला को अपने साथ जोड़ते हैं, जो इंडस वैली सिविलाइजेशन है उसको अपना मानते हैं। अपने को हजारों साल पीछे ले जाते हैं। और ऐसा पाकिस्तान के 12 यूनिवर्सिटीज में अच्छी डिबेट होती है। जब पाकिस्तान अपने आप को हजारों साल पीछे ले जाता है तो कहां जाता है? तो वो हमारे प्राचीन भारत के साथ ही जुड़ जाता है। वो पाणिनि को अपना मानता है। वो तक्षशिला विश्वविद्यालय के पढ़ाए जाने वाले विषयों को पाकिस्तान के एंसिस्टर्स का मानता है। और पाकिस्तान के वे जो प्रोफेसर्स हैं आज, वे कहते हैं हमने एक समय पर अपना रिलीजन बदला, लेकिन अपने फोर फादर्स तो नहीं बदले। हमारा कल्चर, हमारा सिविलाइजेशन, हमारे जो जमीन है, वो परंपराएं, ट्रेडिशंस, कस्टम बहुत पुराने हैं। ये जो भाव है, ये जो आपने पहले प्रश्न पूछा, उससे उनको जोड़ता है। फिर
ये बताएं कि इस सब में अखंड भारत का जो आपका सपना है, उसमें पीओके का कितना महत्व समझते हैं आप? इस पे गृह मंत्री भी बयान दे चुके हैं। आपकी पीओके पर क्या राय है, क्या होना चाहिए?
पीओके ही नहीं, हम तो ये कहते हैं कि जो भी स्थान ऐसा जो कभी भारत के साथ रहा है और धीरे धीरे अपने पुरखों को याद करेगा, पूर्वजों को याद करेगा, पुरानी परंपराओं को याद करेगा, तो अपने एक इतिहास की ओर चल देगा। तब उसको ध्यान में आएगा जो चेंजेस तो बाद में आए, तब उसको इकट्ठा होने का, एक होने का एक आधार मिलेगा, एक ग्राउंड क्रिएट होगा उसमें से। और ये कोई 2-4 दिन की बात नहीं है, और कम से कम राजनीतिक दृष्टि से ये संभव नहीं होगा। और इसलिए जो कल्चरल जो थ्रेड्स है, जो कल्चरल एस्पेक्ट्स है, हिस्टोरिकल एस्पेक्ट्स है, जहां पर कि एकता के भाव मजबूत होते हैं, उनको बार बार ध्यान देने से एक अखंड प्राचीन सांस्कृतिक भारत का फाउंडेशन बनता है।
आपको नहीं लगता कि पीओके तो हमें जाके अब ले लेना चाहिए? मैं पूछ रहा हूं सवाल आपसे।
नहीं, मैं इस पर कोई उत्तर नहीं दे सकता है। ऐसे
एक नई तरह की कोशिश की मोहन भागवत जी ने। वो मस्जिद में गए और वहाँ जो मुस्लिम धर्म गुरु हैं उनसे बात की। उसमें बातचीत हुई और जो तरह तरह की बातें आई, और उसमें एसवाई कुरैशी साहब थे जो पूर्व मुख्य चुनाव आयुक्त थे। उन्होंने कहा कि भागवत जी ने कहा कि हिंदुओं को काफिर कहा जाता है, वो उनको सही नहीं लगता। मुसलमान पक्ष था, उन्होंने कहा कि हमें आतंकी कहा जाता है, पाकिस्तानी कहा जाता है, ये बात जिहादी कहा जाता है, ये बात सही नहीं है। आप थे उसमें शामिल उस मुलाकात में। किस तरह की बातें हुई? क्या इसका मकसद है? क्या करना चाह रहा है आरएसएस?
वो इलियासी साहब बहुत दिनों से निमंत्रण दे रहे थे, एक 10-12 साल से उनका एक निमंत्रण था, आप कभी हमारे घर आइए। और पुराने हमारे सरसंघ चालक सुदर्शन जी कई बार गए भी थे उनके यहाँ। उनके निमंत्रण पर मानवर मोहन भागवत जी वहां गए थे, थोड़ा देर उनके घर पर बैठे, एक मदरसे के विद्यार्थियों के साथ उनकी बातचीत हुई, बस इतना ही हुआ था। और विद्यार्थियों से उन्होंने वार्तालाप में पूछा था, पर इस देश के बारे में आप क्या जानते हैं, हमारे देश के उत्तर में क्या है, दक्षिण में क्या है, पूर्व में क्या है, पश्चिम में क्या है, अपने को कैसे जीवन जीना चाहिए, अपने को सत्य निष्ठा के साथ चलना चाहिए, महिलाओं का सम्मान करना चाहिए। ऐसे कुछ मुद्दों पर बातचीत मोहन जी ने अपने इन विद्यार्थियों।
उसमें आप ये जो बातचीत हुई, जो कुरैशी साहब हुई, वो भी बातें
वो अलग प्रसंग है।
वो क्या है, उस पर बताएं। और उसमें कोशिश क्या है आरएसएस की तरफ से?
वो उसमें इतना ही था, कुछ मुस्लिम विद्वानों ने मिलने के लिए थोड़ा समय मांगा था, तो उनका पत्र आया था, तो मिलने के लिए आए थे। एक आधा घंटे के लिए, बड़ी इनफॉर्मल सी बात है, किसी मुद्दे पर बातचीत उस दिन नहीं हुई थी।
एक
किसी विशेष इशू को लेकर के कोई चर्चा नहीं हुई। इतनी चर्चा हुई कि मिल करके बैठना चाहिए, आपस में कुछ ऐसे हैं मुद्दे जिनको मिलकर बैठकर हल किया जा सकता है, अच्छी बात।
एक और मुद्दा है, वो यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड का है। हम देख रहे हैं कि मैंने पिछले हफ्ते ही बात की उत्तराखंड के मुख्यमंत्री से, और वहां पर एक कमेटी बनी हुई है जो जल्दी अपनी रिपोर्ट देगी। योगी जी से भी मैंने इसी पर सवाल किया, तो वो उतने सीधा जवाब नहीं दे रहे थे जितना उत्तराखंड के मुख्यमंत्री ने दिया। क्या आपकी राय है, और क्या आरएसएस ने ऐसा कुछ, आप कुछ निर्देश देते हैं कान में बोलते हैं, मतलब सांस्कृतिक संगठन जरूर हैं, पर बीजेपी से आपकी बातचीत तो होती है और आप ये बातचीत पिछले दिनों देख भी रहे थे। कैसे आपने कुछ कहा है इस बारे में, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के बारे में?
यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के बारे में संविधान सभा में चर्चा हुई है। जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल असेंबली है, उस असेंबली के डिबेट्स में हम लोग को जाना चाहिए। तो जो फ्रेमवर्क ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है, उनका भी एक विल है। वो विल क्या है? संविधान निर्माताओं ने क्या बातें ध्यान में रखकर यह अपेक्षा व्यक्त की थी कि देश को जल्दी ही एक यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड मिलेगा। ये बात ठीक है, उस समय इस पर सहमति नहीं बनी और उन्होंने भविष्य के लिए इसको छोड़ दिया। नंबर 2, अनेक बार सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने सरकार को यह निर्देश दिया है कि जल्दी ही यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड की तैयारी करो, इसको लाने का कोशिश करो। तो वो क्या बात है? किन मुद्दों पर हमारी संविधान सभा के सदस्यों ने और किन मुद्दों पर हमारे सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने निर्देश दिए हैं, उन मुद्दों को अपने को ढूंढकर निकालकर कुछ मुद्दों पर अगर बन जाती है और सहमति, तो इसको लाना चाहिए। ये हमारी संघ की राय नहीं है, फिर मैं बता रहा हूं, संविधान के निर्माताओं की राय है। ये संविधान में है, संविधान सभा की डिबेट में है ये। नंबर 2, ये सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के भिन्न भिन्न निर्णयों में है कि देश को एक यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड की ओर बढ़ना चाहिए, लेकिन इसको अब बहुत लंबा समय हो गया, 72 इयर्स हो गया। तो कोई तो इस पहल को करे। अगर सब बातों पर सहमति नहीं बनती है, तो जिन बातों पर सहमति बनती है, उस एक देश में उन मुद्दों पर एक कानून आ जाए तो शायद अच्छा रहेगा।
भागवत जी, अब तो डबल इंजन की सरकारें बहुत सारे राज्यों में हैं। डबल इंजन की सरकारें बहुत सारे राज्यों में हैं। क्यों नहीं आप इस पर सरकार को कहते, बीजेपी को कहते कि भाई अब कर दो, अभी नहीं तो कब?
देखिए, बार बार वही प्रश्न पूछते हैं। सरकारों को कहने का काम हमारा नहीं है। नंबर 1, सरकारें स्वतंत्र है। भाजपा एक स्वतंत्र संगठन है। भाजपा में काम करने वाले जो मंत्री है, मुख्यमंत्री है या केंद्र की सरकार है, वे मिलकर के अपने हिसाब से निर्णय लेते हैं। राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ कोई अलग से, कोई बाहर बैठी एजेंसी नहीं है जो उनको निर्देश दे, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। वही बात सच है।
बीबीसी पर रेड हुई पिछले दिनों, हमने देखा। हम अगर बीबीसी का इतिहास देखें तो 1968 में कोलकाता पर एक फिल्म बनाई थी बीबीसी ने, बीबीसी को बैन किया गया, बीबीसी के दफ्तर बंद हुए। 1971 में बीबीसी फिर लौटा, 75 में फिर जब इमरजेंसी लगी लंदन से चला बीबीसी, और उसके बाद 84 के दंगे हुए, बीबीसी ने फिल्म बनाई, वो दिखाई गई। अब ब्रिटिश पार्लियामेंट में कहा गया कि हम पैसा जरूर देते हैं, लेकिन इनको बोलने की आजादी लोकतंत्र में होनी चाहिए। आपकी इसमें क्या राय है? क्या इस तरीके से रेड्स करना एक फिल्म बनने के बाद, डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनने के बाद, क्या ये सही आप इसको मानते हैं? आप कैसे देखते हैं? क्या नजरिया है आरएसएस का आजादी पर, प्रेस की आजादी पर, बोलने की आजादी पर?
नहीं, दोनों बातें हैं। आजादी भी होनी चाहिए, शायद लोकतंत्र कहता है उतनी आजादी होनी चाहिए, लेकिन जो एजेंसी रेड डालती है उनके पीछे भी कुछ कारण होता है। उनको वो अधिकार है, कहां गड़बड़ हो रहा है, क्या चेक करना, कहां रेड डालना, वो उनका वो है, अधिकार क्षेत्र है। तो दोनों का अधिकार क्षेत्र है, दोनों को अपने अपने अधिकार क्षेत्र और दोनों को अपनी अपनी ड्यूटीज, दोनों को निर्वाह करना है। किसी को भी अपनी अपनी और जो सीमा नहीं पार करना चाहिए, तो नहीं है।
क्या ये जो रेड हुई उसको आप गलत मानते हैं?
नहीं, इसमें हम कुछ नहीं कह सकते। नहीं, हम कैसे कह सकते गलत है? की परिस्थितियां बताएंगी। वो तो बहुत जगह रेड डालते होंगे ना, वो जगह वहां भी डाला होगा, क्या कारण था ये वो बताएंगे। पार्लियामेंट में लोग प्रश्न पूछे, गलत है तो कोर्ट में चले जाए।
ये नेता हैं, बड़े नेता हैं और आरएसएस से जुड़े हुए नहीं थे शुरू से। बहुत बड़ा इनका राज्य है, बहुत करिश्माई नेता के रूप में उभरे हैं। अब वो विकास की भी बात करते हैं और बहुत मजबूती से बात कर रहे हैं, भगवा पहनते हैं। मैं योगी जी की बात कर रहा हूं। योगी जी को आरएसएस कैसे देखती है? क्योंकि अगर आप जिस तरह की चर्चाएं होती हैं, जिस तरह की बातें होती हैं, खासतौर पर दिल्ली के सत्ता के गलियारों में, तो देखा जा रहा है कि ये भविष्य के प्रधानमंत्री हैं और आरएसएस बैक्ड हैं, आरएसएस का समर्थन है इनको।
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं। योगी जी एक अच्छे व्यक्ति, इतना ही है। और आप सभी लोग उनको जानते हैं। और आज से राजनीति में तो नहीं आए हुए, वे शायद 5 बार सांसद भी रहे हैं, विधायक भी रहे हैं। और उनका जो मठ है, वो मठ के जो प्रमुख है, वे सांसद का चुनाव लड़ते हैं। इनके पूर्व के गुरु महंत अवैधनाथ जी, वे भी सांसद रहे। उनके पूर्व के गुरु दिग्विजय नाथ जी, वे भी सांसद रहे। हाँ, ये बात सच है कि महंत होते हुए भी उस गद्दी का प्रमुख जो है राजनीति में रहता है, उन्होंने स्वीकार किया है। लेकिन उत्तर प्रदेश में उनकी उपलब्धियां हैं, जिसको सारा देश भी शायद देखता जानता होगा। लेकिन भविष्य में क्या है, ये भाजपा को निर्णय करना है, ये संघ के निर्णय का प्रश्न ये नहीं है।
पर संघ का उनको समर्थन रहेगा? संघ को इस तरह की नेता पसंद है?
हमारा सभी अच्छे भले लोगों को समर्थन है।
ये बताइए कि एक और चीज जो योगी जी के साथ आई और जो अब उत्तर प्रदेश से मध्य प्रदेश में भी दिखाई दे रही है, जम्मू कश्मीर तक पहुंच गई है, बुलडोजर की मैं बात कर रहा हूं। अगर बुलडोजर का इतना इस्तेमाल होता है तो कानून व्यवस्था, संविधान, न्याय व्यवस्था, ये तो फिर पीछे छूट जाती है। आप बुलडोजर चला दीजिए, बात खत्म।
नहीं, बुलडोजर चला रहे होंगे वे, और आपको ऐसा लगता है कि गैर कानूनी है, तो उसके लिए न्यायालय खुला है। ये बुलडोजर चलना गलत है कि ठीक है, या तो ये विधानसभा तय करेगी, लोकसभा तय करेगी, या न्यायालय तय करेगा। अगर वो गलत चलता है तो कोर्ट में जाओ ना। कोर्ट में जाने के लिए स्वतंत्र है सब लोग। हाई कोर्ट जाओ, सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाओ।
ये तो बिल्कुल साफ बात है, मेरे ख्याल से सब जानते हैं कि अगर आप किसी बात से सहमत नहीं है तो कोर्ट जाइए। पर मैं ये पूछ रहा हूं कि एक अपनी भी तो सोच होती है, एक सरकार की भी तो सोच होती है। आप जैसे संगठन जो इतनी चीजों को सोचता है, इतनी जगहों पर जाकर लोगों की मदद करता है, उसकी भी तो एक सोच होती है। आपकी सोच में बुलडोजर कहाँ है, ये पूछ रहा हूं।
ऐसा है कि जो मेरे को जानकारी है, मैं उसमें बहुत ज्यादा गहराई से गया नहीं, लेकिन कुछ अपराधी वृत्ति के लोग होते हैं और गलत ढंग से मकानों पर कब्जे कर लेते हैं, गलत ढंग से मकान बनाते हैं, और उनको बहुत नोटिस हो चुका होता है, वो हटाते नहीं। ये मेरे को मालूम है असलियत क्या है, सच क्या है। अगर सही मकान तोड़ा है तो कोर्ट कचहरी है ना, जाते क्यों नहीं है।
पर
अपराध भी करते हैं, इलीगल मकान भी बनाते हैं, नोटिस देने के बाद तोड़ते भी नहीं है, तब लास्ट शायद रेमेडी ऐसा मुझको लगता है उनके पास वो बचता होगा। मैं उसके न पक्ष में हूं न विरोध में हूं, लेकिन जो पीड़ित वर्ग है उनको लगता है गैर कानूनी काम हो रहा है, तो देश में न्यायालय अभी भी सामर्थ्यवान है, और हाई कोर्ट है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट है, और कोई हाई कोर्ट सुप्रीम कोर्ट किसी प्रकार से प्रभावित है ऐसा मानने का कोई कारण मैं नहीं मानता।
ये एकदम बिल्कुल राजनीति से दूर मैं थोड़ा जा रहा हूं, पर मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूं क्योंकि देश में इसको लेकर बहुत चिंता है। खासतौर पर हिंदी पट्टी में बहुत सारे लोग हैं जिन्होंने LIC में पैसा लगाया हुआ है, जिन्होंने स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया में पैसा लगाया हुआ है, पंजाब नेशनल बैंक में लगाया हुआ है। 80,000 करोड़ का निवेश है अडानी कंपनी में। क्या आपको लगता है कि ये जो आम लोग हैं इनका पैसा सुरक्षित है? क्यों नहीं RSS की तरफ से इस पर कोई भी बयान आया कि भाई कम से कम इसकी जांच होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि हमारे ही लोग हैं, देश के लोग हैं जिनका पैसा है इन कंपनी, इन बैंकों में।
हम समझते हैं इस केस को तो अब सुप्रीम कोर्ट भी देख रहा है, और सभी लोग देखें तो केस बिगड़ न जाए कहीं आपका।
ये
भाई इस केस पर पार्लियामेंट में डिबेट चल रही है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने संज्ञान लिया है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट स्वयं जांच के लिए तैयार है, कुछ कमेटी बना रहे हैं। जब इतनी हायर अथॉरिटीज इस केस में इन्वॉल्व है तो हर विषय पर संघ तो कोई बयान देता नहीं। आप मानते इस बात को, जानते भी है। संघ ऐसी आए दिन की जो बातें होती हैं, संघ इस पर कोई बयान नहीं देता है। तो संघ अपने अखिल भारतीय प्रतिनिधि सभा में या कार्यकारी मंडल में उस पर प्रस्ताव पारित करेगा। लेकिन कोई राष्ट्रीय मुद्दे आते हैं तो उस पर संघ प्रस्ताव पारित करता है। आए दिन होने वाली घटनाओं पर संघ वक्तव्य सामान्यतया नहीं देता। और लेकिन जब ऐसा कोई मुद्दा पार्लियामेंट में भी डिबेट अच्छा चल रहा है, इधर सुप्रीम कोर्ट भी संज्ञान ले रहा है, इस पर हम कुछ और बोलें ऐसा लगता नहीं। और जो आप कह रहे हैं ये तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट बोल ही रहा है। हम समझते हैं इस देश में न्याय सर्वोच्च रहना चाहिए। कहीं पर भी किसी के को अन्याय हुआ है तो उसके लिए दरवाजे खुले होने चाहिए। आपका न्यूज चैनल्स भी है, आपके समाचार पत्र भी है, पार्लियामेंट भी है, विधानसभा है और न्यायालय भी है। इतनी एजेंसीज हैं जो सफरर्स के लिए, पीड़ित लोगों के लिए खुला हुआ है। इसके लिए हम भी यही कहेंगे, ये सभी संस्थाएं हिम्मत से अपना अपना कर्तव्य का निर्वाह करें।
असम में आखिरी सवाल है कि असम में ये जो बाल विवाह वाला नया कानून है और उसमें बहुत सारे मुस्लिम संगठनों का कहना है कि हमें टारगेट किया जा रहा है। लोग ये बता रहे हैं कि एक तरीके से जो बड़े चुनाव आने वाले हैं 24 के, उसकी तैयारी शुरू हो गई है। इसको आप कैसे देखते हैं?
देखो, जब कभी भी कानून का पालन कराने की कोशिश की जाती है तो कुछ लोग यही कहते हैं हमको टारगेट किया जा रहा है। भाई अवैध निर्माण हटाया जा रहा है, नहीं हमको टारगेट किया जा रहा है। अवैध कॉलोनी हटती है, हमको टारगेट किया जा रहा है। अरे बाल विवाह किसी एक कम्युनिटी के लिए नहीं है। बाल विवाह जो है ये क्राइम है, सबको मालूम है। और जब उसको एग्जीक्यूट कराते हैं तो कहते हैं हमारे खिलाफ कॉन्स्पिरेसी हो रही है, हमको टारगेट किया। ये गलत बात है। मेरा भी सभी एजेंसीज को कहना है, देश में जो कानून है, नियम है, वो सबके लिए होना चाहिए और बाई फोर्स ये धीरे धीरे लागू हो, ये मानसिकता सारे देश की बने। कोई टारगेट इसमें नहीं होना चाहिए। अपराधियों को पकड़ा जाता है, अरे वो एक विशेष कम्युनिटी को टारगेट किया जा रहा है। अरे अपराधी है, अपराधी ज्यादा होगा वही पकड़ा जाएगा ना, क्यों बैलेंस किया जाएगा। तो हम समझते हैं कि बाल विवाह कहीं भी अगर आसाम में नहीं सारे देश भर में होता है, ये रुकना चाहिए। अब कैसे रुकेगा ये अलग बात है।
कृष्ण गोपाल जी, मेरे पास समय इतना ही। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं देख रहा हूं कि आपने करीब करीब सभी सवालों के जवाब दिए और आपने बड़े तरीके ढूंढ लिए हैं सवालों के जवाब कैसे नहीं देने हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
नमस्कार नमस्कार।
धन्यवाद कृष्ण गोपाल जी। हमारे सवाल खत्म नहीं हुए पर इस चर्चा के लिए अभी समय हमारे पास इतना ही है।
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
पापा हीरोज करते क्या है?
वो आपके साथ रहते हैं और आपको प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं। हीरो सिर्फ पर्दे के आगे ही नहीं, दीवारों के पीछे भी। गैलेंट एडवांस TMT सरिया, इसकी ताकत बने घर की ढाल और इसकी फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी रखे घर को सॉलिड सालों साल। गैलेंट एडवांस TMT सरिया, निर्माण का रियल हीरो।
Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream.
You know, there is a beautiful Japanese saying.
Software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
गैलेंट एडवांस TMT सरिया, इसकी ताकत बने घर की ढाल और इसकी फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी रखे घर को सॉलिड सालों साल। गैलेंट एडवांस TMT सरिया, निर्माण का रियल हीरो।
Engineer meets the gifted content writer, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
To explore the same, it is my pleasure to invite on stage the Honorable Consul General of Japan in Mumbai, Dr. Yasukata Fukahori. Welcome, sir. And let's also give it up for the multi-talented and articulate Gulpanak to please join us and lead this session.
Good morning, everyone. I think we've had an explosive start to this morning's proceedings, and I'm hoping that I can use this time to chat and throw some light on the ever evolving Indo-Japanese relationship. Dr. Fukahori, this is not your first time being stint in India 10 years ago. You were at the embassy in a political role, so to speak, diplomatic and political role. And now you're back as Consul General, which is a largely economic trade oversight role. How do you see your years in India so far?
I enjoy staying in India very much. India is a wonderful country. While I was staying in India 10 years ago at the Embassy of Japan in Delhi, I fell in love with India. Because I found that there's a striking similarity and closeness between two countries, two cultures. India became my dream country, second home country, so that when I was told that I could come back to India as a consul general in Mumbai, I was so thrilled. So I'm enjoying myself very much. This is a wonderful country.
So I'm happy to hear that. I think your attire resonates with your love for India. You know, Radhika spoke very eloquently about the relationship that India and Japan have shared. Our diplomatic relationship as nation states is predated by our civilizational relationship, which goes back to the 8th century. And I think what's interesting here is that India and Japan share a very vital and very critical value system, which is founded on the idea of democracy, as well as a shared vision for the future, featuring stability, peace, and sustainable development. Do you want to shed some light on the civilizational bonds that tie India and Japan together, and how those bonds are now impacting our relationship diplomatically, politically, economically, and as partners in the Asian continent?
Thank you for that question. First, I need to mention a little bit about religious aspects between two countries. You may know that Japan is almost a religion-free country. Most of Japanese people do not belong to any religious groups, and then I also have not belonged to any religious groups. But religious culture is very rich in my country. There are thousands of shrines and temples in Japan, and we go to all those shrines and temples and pray like Indian people do. But since there's no religious restrictions and rules in my country, I needed to know about religious culture of other countries. So I started from reading religious documents like Jewish Bible and Talmud, or Christian Bible, Quran and the Hadith for Islamic religion, and many Buddhism documents as well. And then last time I was in Delhi, I started reading Indian documents, starting from Rig Veda, Upanishads, some of the Adi Shankara documents, let alone Bhagavad Gita, Ramayana, Mahabharata, and Manusmriti, all those documents. And then after reading all those documents, I found that there's a striking similarity between Hinduism and the Japanese Shintoism and Zen Buddhism. For one thing, that the idea of connecting Atman with Brahman, we do have a similar idea in our Zen Buddhism. So spiritual closeness between two countries are very deep. So that I felt that deep down in a spiritual level, Indian people and the Japanese people can understand each other from the bottom of our hearts. And then probably the relation between two countries is the closest in the world. So that I think that India and Japan is a natural ally. And then there's one more thing that which I would like to mention, that there's a kind of a forgotten past. As you mentioned that Buddhism came to Japan 1500 years ago. But at the same time, when Buddhism came to Japan, that actually Hinduism also came to Japan. Together with Buddhism, many documents came from India through China to Japan, and then those documents contained the many gods from India, like Lord Shiva. They changed their names. That's why that the Japanese people and the Indian people are not aware that we are praying for worshipping the same gods, but Lord Shiva changed its name to Daikoku Ten in Japan 1500 years ago. Likewise, that Saraswati is now known as the Benzai Ten in Japan. Lakshmi is known as the Kisho Ten in Japan. And we have about 15, 20 gods transformed from India to Japan. So that we've been worshipping the same gods for the past 1500 years. So even though Hindu temples and the Japanese shrines may look different, but what we are doing at the shrines and temples is the same. So that once again, we share the same values, the same cultures, same spiritual ideas between two countries. So that's why that India and Japan should be the natural ally. We can understand each other, the best in the world.
I think that was very, very, very well articulated, Dr. Fakahori. It's fascinating that our two cultures, our two civilizations are so closely bonded together, civilizationally. And it's incredible that we actually worship the same gods. That has been an enlightening moment for me to know that Saraswati and Lakshmi are actually worshipped in Japan. How many people knew that? No hands. So that's been a great revelation for me, and I'm delighted to actually hear that. And you know, I see the profound wisdom of Prime Minister Modi in aggressively pursuing India-Japan relationship in the way he has. It was one of the first foreign nations that he reached out to and prioritized as a matter of for economic reasons, for political reasons. And this relationship and the fact that it has this deep cultural backing, I think is the reason why we will see a very, very long and fruitful partnership, including but not limited to India's Look East policy. Would you like to very briefly elaborate on the Look East policy? And then, you know, I want to get into the big elephant in the room that we must address after this.
We welcome Look East policy of India very much. We need to work together. As we mentioned already, that we have cultural ties between two countries, but we share the common values also, common modern values, like democracy, fundamental human rights, rule of law. All those modern values are shared between Japan and India. That's why that we need to work together. India is now #5 economy in the world, and Japan is #3 economy in the world. If we can get together, we can actually, in a way, control the economic situation in this region for the benefit of peace and prosperity of the region. So we need to work together, sharing common values, sharing common cultural values, and sharing common modern values, which makes that India-Japan relations are more important in the international community. And then, for that point of view, that we very much welcome the Look East policy of India.
Speaking of what Japan and India can do together in the region, and taking your cue from how India and Japan have a very, very strong shared value system, democracy, rule of law, value for human rights. How do you see the growing Indo-Japan relationship politically, economically, in the context of the rise of China?
Thank you very much. That is a very important question. As a diplomat, I'm asking the answer to the question every day. But anyway, as Winston Churchill said, that democracy is the best form of governance compared to any other forms which I've tried. And that is still true to my understanding in this century as well. But in Japan, there have been some discussions about democracy nowadays, and then there is a common view that the democracy may have been a little bit tired for long years. But however, as we believe that the democracy is still best form of governance, that we need to re-energize and fine-tune. But how to fine-tune democracy is the question. There's a very interesting discussion among Japanese scholars that probably the combination between democracy and capitalism may not have been the ideal combinations. While that it is absolutely right to give a perfect freedom to political system, which is democracy, and then capitalism is the freedom in economy. So if you, but if you give the freedom to economic system, it may lead to inequality or in social injustice, unfair distribution of wealth. That happened in the last century and particularly in this century. So that we may need to fine tune that aspect. So that probably perfect freedom in the political aspect, we may need to fine tune the capitalism side. In the history of mankind, probably the Soviet Union was the experimental system to introduce a non-democratic system in politics and then economics as well. And then China and the new China and the Russia and other countries have been doing in recent years too. While maintaining the non-democratic system, they introduced a capitalism system, perfect freedom to economic sector. It may work to some extent, but maintaining the non-democratic political systems is actually not the direction which we should take. Killing the democracy, suppressing the human rights, human ideas for democracy and freedom is actually tantamount to say that it's equivalent to the excuse me, I'm lost. But anyway, we should maintain democracy while we should fine-tune the capitalism. That may be the direction which we should take.
I also note the optimism that you have in terms of how perhaps China will move towards democracy. I noted that, and I'm not sure that optimism is actually shared by the rest of the global community. We had Madam Truss in the morning. I think you saw part of her session, and she was very vocal about how democracies need to align together against authoritarian regimes, against regimes that are suppressing democracy, against regimes that are suppressing freedom, and against regimes that are, for want of a better term, warmongers. And in this global context, given the ties that both India and Japan have together, would you like to shed some light on the Indo-Pacific Quad and how that deep engagement can benefit the region?
Yes, Quad is very important framework nowadays in Asia, particularly. Once again, that all those four countries share the common values, common modern values of democracy, fundamental human rights, and rule of law. Based on those the principles, we can maintain the human rights. I mean that denying the democracy is actually denying human rights, basic human rights. That's our understanding. So that and the core of those values is actually freedom of journalism. Journalism needs to criticize the regime without any restrictions. So that unlimited criticism against the regime is very important. In Japan and India, because journalism is healthy, and then they are criticizing and checking the policy made by the government, we can take right decision. Government can take right decision. But if you suppress the all freedom in journalism, government may not be able to take right decisions. So that Quad is guaranteeing that type of framework in the regions. So maintaining freedom and human rights in the region, Quad is making a very, very important role.
I think that was really well said. Freedom of the press and freedom of journalism, their ability to critique the government of the day while being hostage to the tyranny of TRPs and ratings, as you said earlier, I think is really what what it comes down to. A press that is free to question the establishment, a press that is free to question the regime, is where healthy democracy functions. And I'm glad to hear you say that very much. My last question, because we're running out of time, and which is really the crux of the way forward, is our economic bond, is our economic ties that bind us together. India is the largest recipient of Japanese aid anywhere in the world. And not just aid, but even trade, in terms of the kind of business that we see Japanese companies doing in India. Would you like to shed some light on the deepening trade and economic relationships between India and Japan? And maybe now, sort of, since I forced you to wear your diplomatic and political hat, now, maybe you can put your economic hat back on, since you are a PhD in economics. Do tell us about the future of the Indo-Japanese economic engagement and the extent to which it has grown, and where you see it growing in the years to come.
Thank you for that question. In order for us to strengthen our bilateral relations, which is very important for the region, economic relations are also very, very important. And in order for us to strengthen our economic relations, the business relations, trade relations, and the investment relations are very important. During the past 20 years, Japanese business sector considered that India is a very difficult market, because some of the major companies like Daiichi Sankyo or NTT failed to deploy their investments in India. They had to retreat back to Japan, making a huge amount of loss in India. But however, after I came to India a few years ago, situation seems to be changing dynamically now. I started to notice that many Japanese companies located in India are making very good profits nowadays. So that they have Japanese private companies to find proper partners. All those Japanese companies failed to make success in India probably ended up in wrong partners, or maybe the communication between the partners weren't actually smooth. But if you establish a good relation, if you find a good partner, and then they can maintain the good communication between each other, the trust, if once a trust is established between Japanese companies and Indian companies, that relation continues for many years. That's what I found. Many Japanese companies which found the trust between two companies have been making very good profits for many years. That is the situation which is happening now. And then Prime Minister Kishida, Mr. Abe's relation with Prime Minister Modi maintains very good personal relation with Prime Minister Modi. And then they have announced last March 5 trillion Japanese yen target, which is about 3.4 billion US dollars. That target may be achieved without any troubles. I can guarantee that the 5 trillion Japanese yen target within 5 years, investment targets can be achieved maybe in a few years. We don't have to wait for 5 years. So that is the trend nowadays between Japan and India. So I'm quite optimistic that the Japanese investments will pour into Indian market in the coming years, and then the trust between Japanese business and the Japanese Indian business will be strengthened. Now, as I said, our culture can share many common values. Now, the Japanese businessmen and the Indian businessmen also started to understand those closeness between two countries, so that I just predict there'll be a bright future, economically speaking, between two countries.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vakahori, and I'm very, very happy and optimistic about the future of India and Japan, our shared economic prosperity backed by our shared cultural heritage and cultural value system, and most importantly, the role we can play not just in the region, but also in the world, given that we are the leading economies of the world. And when we work together, we could, as you said, perhaps control the region as well. Thank you for your time. It's been wonderful talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
पापा हीरोज करते क्या है?
वो आपके साथ रहते हैं और आपको प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं। हीरो सिर्फ पर्दे के आगे ही नहीं, दीवारों के पीछे भी। गैलेंट एडवांस टीएमटी सरिया, इसकी ताकत बने घर की ढाल और इसकी फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी रखे घर को सॉलिड सालों साल। गैलेंट एडवांस टीएमटी सरिया, निर्माण का रियल हीरो।
एक्सरसाइज से भी जरूरी क्या है जानते हो? क्या? सेहतमंद खाना। मैं सिर्फ राघव भोग आटे की रोटी खाता हूँ क्योंकि ये बनता है कोल्ड प्रोसेस। और क्या चटपटा है राजेश मसाला। ट्राई करिए। अच्छा,
टेस्ट मस्त,
जबरदस्त।
राजेश राघव भोग चक्की आटा फ्रॉम मेकर्स ऑफ राजेश मसाले। चुने हुए इंग्रेडिएंट्स और फाइनेस्ट ग्रेडिंग से बनते हैं राजेश मसाले।
और क्या चटपटा है राजेश मसाला। ट्राई करिए।
राजेश मसाले।
Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
गैलेंट एडवांस टीएमटी सरिया, इसकी ताकत बने घर की ढाल और इसकी फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी रखे घर को सॉलिड सालों साल। गैलेंट एडवांस टीएमटी सरिया, निर्माण का रियल हीरो।
Thank you. All right, then, moving on to our next wonderful session. Now, one of the most successful examples of an alliance between India and Japan actually goes back to 1981 when Maruti Udyog Limited was incorporated and the government of India selected Suzuki Motor Corporation as the joint venture partner for the company. It was first in 1983 that India's first affordable car, the good old Maruti 800, was launched. And at that time, some of you may remember, one had to wait for up to 3 years to drive a Maruti home. Think about that. Today, Maruti Suzuki has a production capacity of at least 15 lakh units every single year. It is the largest automobile manufacturer in the country and also the largest exporter in this category. As one of the most iconic brands in India celebrates 40 years of operations, it is our privilege to get insights on how it actually got there. Please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Shashank Srivastav, Senior Executive Officer, Marketing and Sales, Maruti Suzuki India Limited. Shankar Iyer to please join us and moderate this session. Welcome, Mr. Srivastav. Welcome, Mr. Iyer. Over to you.
Welcome to the conference, Mr. Srivastav.
Thank you.
The Consul General just now said that Indian companies are doing well. Here's a company which came here about 40 years back. So first of all, happy birthday to Maruti Suzuki.
Thank you very much.
Today is the day they came in. So 40 years, give us a perspective. I know you produce 4,000 cars a day, or vehicles, if I may say so. Can you give us a top view of how Maruti has done? And we still call it Maruti Suzuki. So how do you see the journey? How has the footprint expanded?
Yeah, I think these 40 years have been very fruitful, both from the organization perspective and also for the overall contribution that Maruti Suzuki made to the Indian economy. You know, in the last 40 years, Maruti Suzuki has sold 2.5 crore, that is 25 million vehicles. That's a huge number. And we are very proud of our contribution to the Indian economy. 40 years back, when we partnered with Suzuki, Indian car penetration was just 3 vehicles, 2.4 vehicles per 1,000 people.
I must interrupt you there. Probably most of the youngsters in the audience were not born when Suzuki came to India, and a lot of them wouldn't know that the choice between cars in those days was between a Premier Padmini and an Ambassador, and the choice of color was black or white. And then came this little red car and sort of drove Indians crazy. So now, how many models do you make? What is the dealership level? What is your footprint like?
Yeah, so I was just coming to that when we came in, there was just about 2.2 vehicles per 1,000 Indians. Today, it is about 30. And when you compare it with developed countries, which is about 700 plus, I think there is a huge upside. India became the third largest passenger vehicle production country in the world in 2022. We just went ahead of Japan, who are now number 4. But we are very proud that Suzuki has helped us in attaining this milestone for our country. On Maruti Suzuki's footprint, we have about 3,500 showrooms, outlets, about 4,000 plus workshops. We cover 3,000 cities. And you'll be happy that out of the 6.5 lakh villages that are there in India, Maruti Suzuki has been sold in at least one Maruti Suzuki has been sold in 4.5 lakh villages. So that's also really, I believe, is a very big milestone, and we are quite proud of it.
So in a sense, other than the telecom companies, Maruti Suzuki would be the single largest corporate entity with a public-facing footprint across the economy. And you also have a window to the entry level. So how is Maruti Suzuki done in a long-term perspective? I believe that Maruti Suzuki is bigger than Suzuki in India in volume terms and almost as much in value terms. How is that Maruti Suzuki done?
Yeah, so I think the statistics for last year were that we are about 60% by volume for the overall Suzuki Motor Corporation. That also is a great achievement for India. It shows the upswing in the Indian economy. Our demography is very young. 65% of our people are less than 35 years. Japan is a little aging society, and therefore I think in consumption terms, you can expect, and we expect, that the car consumption in India will continue to increase. In fact, our projections are very bullish, almost 6 million by 2030, from the current level of about 3.
And in terms of exports, I mean, India is now focusing on Atmanirbhar Bharat, on Make in India. How much is Maruti Suzuki contributing to that effort?
So we have been the #1 exporter for cars for the last so many years now. This year also, this financial year, we should be exporting more than 2.5 lakh vehicles. So it's a very important contribution, because when we started 40 years back, India had no component manufacturer. Thanks to all the help that we got from Suzuki and the technology that they gave us, we could develop a very good vendor base in India. That helped localization, and that actually has helped not just getting our costs down and building in efficiencies, but it also helped in creating a base for export of components, which is also a very big industry from India. So the localization which happened, the amount of exports that is now possible from the component manufacturers, and also the employment that has been generated is immense. And that's also, I think, points to a very important contribution that auto industry makes to the economy of our country.
So in a sense, what you enabled in the ecosystem, in the larger economy, by creating the backward and forward integrations, that has also brought in the ability for a lot of Indian medium and small scale industries to contribute to this, but they're also contributing to the competition nowadays. So there is a perception, ऐसे लगता है कि मारुति थोड़ा सा धुंधला रही है on the Indian road, ज़्यादा किया, क्रिया, क्रेटा ऐसे दिखाई दे रहा है. तो इसको आप कैसे देखते हैं?
देखिए मैं तो ये समझता हूँ कि कंपटीशन भी अगर अच्छा नया आएगा हमारे लिए भी अच्छा होता है क्योंकि हम अपने को बेहतर कर सकते हैं, अपनी एफिशिएंसी बढ़ा सकते हैं, हम प्रोडक्टिविटी की तरफ ध्यान देंगे, हम अपने कॉस्ट स्ट्रक्चर की तरफ ध्यान देंगे. कंपटीशन ऑलवेज हेल्प्स everyone, not just the consumer alone, but for established companies like Maruti Suzuki, because we then want to be better. And that's, I think, the attitude of trying to be better. And that's also something we have learned from Japanese system of Kaizen, which is you have to improve continuously. And competition in one way helps that Kaizen, the desire to improve continuously. And that is why we welcome the competition. I know you are referring to some of the SUVs which are currently
So
being seen.
so what is the Kaizen learning from? There is a perception that maybe on the SUV or the compacts, Suzuki has been a little more reticent or slower off the track. Is that a true picture?
Yeah, you can say that, yes. Because, you know, if you look at the structure, the construct of the Indian auto market, roughly about 60% were hatches. And just 2 years back, about 44-45% were hatches, the small cars. Today, there is just 35%. The biggest segment today is SUV, which is about 45% of the market. So yes, you are right. The SUVs have, which were just 16% 5 years back, they have gone up to 45%, whereas the hatches has come down from 45 to now 35. So you are right. But one of the big strengths which Suzuki has in its small cars has been reflected in the very good market share that we have in the small car segment. We are almost 70% plus. In vans, we are 90% plus. But when you look at if you remove SUVs, then our market share is actually 65%. But when you combine it with SUV, the market share falls to around 45%. So clearly, we need to strengthen our SUV space. And one of the things which we found out was that the reason for the lower share in the SUV for Maruti is that we had only one vehicle in about 46 brands which are available. Some of them you mentioned from our rivals recently. One vehicle is the Vitara Brezza, the Maruti Suzuki Brezza, which is the market leader in its segment. But one is not enough when you have 46 other. So we decided to bring in new vehicles. We launched the Grand Vitara last year in September. And very recently in the Auto Expo, we unveiled two SUVs, the Fronx and the Jimny. And we believe that with these two vehicles, we should increase our market share. And our target is to achieve 50% market share. That is our stated target. And we believe that if you achieve about 33-34% of the SUV market, then we can be 50% of the overall market. Obviously, it assumes that we keep that 65% in the non-SUV space. And that we want to be and we should be number one in SUV space in this financial year 23-24. I mean, the next financial year 2024.
So this is
and by the way, just to clear the misconception, in the MUV space, which is SUV and MPV, Maruti Suzuki is even today the number one manufacturer. Something which is not understood or not perceived. Remember, because our market share in SUV is now 16%, still very high, I would say, when you look at the competitors, all the names that you gave, who are at that 16-17% only. But when you compare with 65% in the non-SUV, it looks small. So yes, from our standards, it is small, and we will try to increase it definitely.
No, I mean, a lot of people in this audience may have driven a Gypsy. I have been a fortunate owner of a Gypsy and driven it. And it is still considered as the real macho vehicle on Indian roads. And somehow or the other, there's always been a mystery as to why Maruti didn't expand that market, why Jimny didn't come earlier. Is there a Kaizen learning there? You are bringing the Jimny now, but
yeah,
I mean, hindsight is 2020, of course. But as a thought?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a great question, but you know, it's basically more of a lifestyle vehicle. It's in the compact SUV space, and whenever you have these new segments, actually the original segment has to grow bigger. Then only sub-segments emerge.
Okay.
Like earlier, somebody mentioned Maruti 800. Like Maruti 800, everybody drove the Maruti 800 in the mid 80s. Whether you are a bureaucrat or a businessman or a politician or a student or a whatever, a film star.
Yeah, it defined efficiency for most of Indians in that area.
Exactly. But when the economy grew, you found further segmentation of the market. So you had sedans, then you had the SUVs, you had the MPVs, and so on and so forth. Similarly, in the compact SUV, new segments have emerged. We believe where you have to see the overall volumes and then decide to bring in a car because it has to give you scale and profits also. And that is why we have recently unveiled the Jimny, which will appeal to that sub-segment within the compact SUV segment.
So I accept, I mean, there is a principle to the market pyramid and how the higher next levels of vehicles come in, the branding and everything. So you have visibility at the entry level and you have visibility at the higher levels. So there are two questions here. One is about the economy. At the entry level, there is a belief that people may be shifting away. I mean, if you talk to two-wheeler manufacturers, they say there is a shift, very subtle shift to four-wheelers. Do you see that happening as in the Indian society? The other question is that millennials, the new generation, doesn't believe too much in ownership. That is the thesis, that their belief is more in experiences. Do you read this in the market?
Certainly, as I just mentioned, the small cars share of the overall industry has come down from about 45% 2 years back to about 35%. I mentioned that. And if you look at the absolute volumes, then at a peak, it was about 15,60,000 were the small cars. Last year, they were 11,60,000, 11,55,000. So there is a drop, definitely. But if you look at this year, financial year, the small cars will be about 13,60,000. It's a growth of 20% in the small cars.
So there's a recovery at that level.
Yeah, and we were just examining why it went down in the first place, because you know the demography supports and a growing economy. We are not a very rich economy, so we would require transportation. Public transport is not so good. Therefore, you would require first-time buyers are very high, so about 47%. So you would require an entry-level car. And the reason why the drop happened, I believe, is because the affordability factor came down for small cars. And it is because the rise in prices of those cars were faster than the rise in income levels in that category. And the rise in price can be traced to the higher commodity prices, or it can be traced to regulatory stringency, or even to road tax and registration tax going up. But I believe once you have the economy again, money coming into the hands of that segment, you could see a revival as you are seeing this year.
So the other element that people are really excited about in the automobile space is really electrification, the EV vehicle, electric cars. Now there is an Indian player and the others have come into the market. I do know that at the expo you so how's that planning? Are you again similarly as you did in the 80s doing the backward and forward integration? Because the EV space is not simple. It is complex in terms of creating the new components, the batteries, the charging stations. So there are two parts to the question. One part is how are you planning the backward and forward integration into, are you creating new cell sites for manufacture of batteries, components and all? And how does that play into the Indian economy skill sets? And the other is, how should India look at because we are still at a very early stage, how should India look at expanding the EV market in terms of the charging stations?
Yeah, so I think that is by far the most frequent topic that's discussed in the industry. For the EVs, I think there seems to be a consensus in the industry that going forward, they will become mainstream. But when they will become mainstream there is no consensus. But the question is not therefore whether, the question is when. And when we discuss the when, there are two big factors which are impeding the adoption of EVs in our country. One is the cost of the vehicle, the cost of acquisition.
Yes. So how much is the differential between, say, an internal combustion fuel engine vehicle and an electric? इस गणित को आप जरा समझाएं.
गणित ऐसी है, देखिए जनाब, कि अगर आप अलग अलग सेगमेंट में देखें तो उसमें ये जो फैक्टर है, आई मीन मुख्तलिफ सेगमेंट्स का मुख्तलिफ फैक्टर है. जैसे अगर आप हैच के बारे में अगर आप वो करें तो वो 1.6 के करीब फैक्टर है. यानी अगर 100 रुपए की गाड़ी है तो इलेक्ट्रिक 160 की होगी, 1.6 का फैक्टर है. लेकिन अगर आप सेडान या एसयूवी के हवाले से बात करें तो वो लगभग 1.4 1.5 के लगभग जो है वो उसका फैक्टर है.
तो एक मोटा मोटी हम लोग समझ के चलें कि 100 रुपए जो पेट्रोल डीजल की गाड़ी है वो अगर इलेक्ट्रिक लें तो 150 रुपए के आसपास पड़ सकती
सेगमेंट है. जी जी.
तो अगर वो 150 रुपए की पड़ती है तो उसमें लॉन्ग टर्म कब रिकवरी होती है?
जी वो उस पे भी मैं तफसील से आपको बताता हूँ. एक तो यह है कि प्राइस हाई है और यही वजह है कि अगर आप हमारे बाजार में देखें, हमारे मुल्क में पिछले साल 21,000 गाड़ियां बिकी थी, जबकि टोटल जो मार्केट था वो करीब 30.7 लाख था. करीब 0.6-0.7% मार्केट था. और इस साल भी अगर आप ये जो रवा माली साल है उसमें अगर आप उसका भी अगर आप उस हवाले से बात करें तो आप करीब 50,000 गाड़ी बिकेंगी आउट ऑफ दैट 38.7 लाख. बहुत कम है. और प्राइस मैंने बताई, और उसकी जो बुनियादी वजह है कि क्यों इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स हाई होती हैं कि कॉस्ट ऑफ बैटरी बड़ी हाई होती है, एंड दैट इज अबाउट 40-50% ऑफ द टोटल कॉस्ट ऑफ द व्हीकल. इसके लिए सुजुकी ने किया है कि बैटरी की जो लोकलाइजेशन है उसको बढ़ाने के लिए करीब 10,000 करोड़ का सरमाया अभी उन्होंने ऐलान किया है. दे हैड अनाउंस्ड 10,000 करोड़ इन्वेस्टमेंट इन द लोकलाइजेशन ऑफ बैटरी, व्हिच शुड ब्रिंग द कॉस्ट ऑफ बैटरी डाउन, which should bring the cost of EVs down, and therefore for Maruti Suzuki it will be a competitive edge, and we unveiled our first EV last month.
So you will offer it at a lower price point and make it more competitive.
I will not like to comment on what price point we will offer, but definitely it will give us a competitive advantage. We have said that we will launch the EVX, which we unveiled in the last month in the Auto Expo. We will be launching it in the financial year 2024-25. That is our, and we have also said that we will have 6 EVs in different segments by 2030. So our estimate is that this market, which is today 1%, will be around 3% in 24-25 and will be about 17% in 2030, which is like which is about out of 6 million, about 1 million cars will be by 2030 EVs. Now the question is, what do you do about the balance cars? From today till 2030, 43 million cars will be sold in India, estimated, out of which about 4 million will be EVs. So what happens to the balance 40 million? You need to do something about the emission, and that is why we believe we have to have a mix of technologies, and that includes CNG, biogas, hybrids, and many other technologies which people are exploring. And I believe going forward, you will see that there is a mix of technology will continue, because in our country, not only is the charging infrastructure deficient, the production of electricity is. So when you look at the tailpipe emission, EVs are very clean. But when you look at what you call well-to-wheel, there is a problem. And if you look at what we call cradle to grave, which is what you do with batteries once they are, their life is over. So you need to look at the entire picture from cradle to grave, also well to wheel, and not just from tank to wheel. And that is the core issue. And that's why we believe we will see a mix of technologies going forward in response to the very stringent regulations regarding emissions that will surely come in our country.
One attendant question about this is that, Maruti introduced the idea of predictability, consistency, reliability in service. So when you adopt EV and you said that you expect to sort of ramp it up by 2030, what is the roadmap that you think that should be adopted in how the charging stations are established, how the infrastructure is laid out? Is Maruti got a separate view on it?
Yeah, so those are still being explored. It's an evolving field. But just for a thumb rule, for every 10 EVs, you need to have one charging station. So as I mentioned, about 4 million EVs will be sold by 2030. So we should have, by that number, 1/10, which is 400,000, should be the number of charging. At the moment, public plus private total chargers available are 6,800. So 6,800 numbers have to go to 400,000. And that is the challenge. And as you said, there are a mix of arrangement which are being thought of. Some public chargers. There are also private players, the charging operators, where Maruti Suzuki can get in, like some companies, they will get in touch with them to aggregate and aggregate the demand so the consumer can see where he can get the vehicle charged. But their home charging, of course, very essential in case of EVs.
Particularly in rural areas and all, where you may not have the first charging stations. I think that home charging will be
home charging anyway is important, because even if you find a charging station which in between, it takes time to charge. So even if you have a fast charger, let's say 50 kilowatt hour charger, it will still take more than an hour to charge the vehicle. If you have a, let's say, a 7.5 kW charger, it will take about 6-7 hours to fully charge. Surely if you are going from, let's say, here to Bandra, you would not like to charge and wait for 7 hours for charging in between. So really, it's home charging is very essential for that. But it has its own challenges in our country.
So at the end, I'm still trying to pin you down to whether Maruti's EV car would be a better value for money in terms of what the consumer can expect. क्या ये जो लोग इस सेशन में भाग ले रहे हैं और आगे जो इसको देखेंगे ऑन सोशल मीडिया वगैरह, उनको आप ये एश्योरेंस दे सकते हैं कि मारुति की जो ईवी व्हीकल होगी वो बेहतर तो होगी, लेकिन सस्ती भी होगी और टिकाऊ भी होगी? जैसे मारुति की क्या ब्रांड इमेज है? मारुति की इमेज है वैल्यू फॉर मनी।
जी देखिए, मैं ब्रांड के मुतालिक तो सिर्फ इतना कहूँगा कि ये इसमें तब्दीली आती है, सिर्फ रिलायबिलिटी नहीं, फंक्शनैलिटी से अब हम लोग जो हैं एस्पिरेशन की तरफ भी कोशिश कर रहे हैं और काफ़ी हद तक कामयाब भी हुए हैं। नेक्सा चैनल हमारा जो है बहुत कामयाब चैनल है, थर्ड लार्जेस्ट है आफ्टर मारुति सुजुकी एंड वन मोर प्लेयर, इट इज़ द थर्ड लार्जेस्ट। तो ब्रांड वैल्यू के मुतालिक सब लोग मेरे हिसाब से यहाँ पे जानते हैं मारुति सुजुकी को, और उसके लिए इस प्रोग्राम में यहाँ शिरकत करने की शायद ज़रूरत नहीं थी, क्योंकि ये तो बात वाज़ेह है और जाहिर है कि मारुति सुजुकी की जो गाड़ियाँ हैं हमेशा ही बहुत ही कॉम्पिटिटिव और वैल्यू फॉर मनी रहेंगी।
Thank you very much for being very candid and sort of giving us a sort of roadmap on where Maruti Suzuki and the EV revolution is. The numbers, some of the numbers that you mentioned on how many charging stations will be needed, sort of gives us an idea both of the challenge and the opportunity for small and medium enterprises. Thank you, Mr. Srivastava, for
Shukriya. Thank you very much.
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
पापा हीरोज करते क्या है?
वो आपके साथ रहते हैं और आपको प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं। हीरो सिर्फ पर्दे के आगे ही नहीं, दीवारों के पीछे भी। गैलेंट एडवांस TMT सरिया, इसकी ताकत बने घर की ढाल और इसकी फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी रखे घर को सॉलिड सालों का रियल हीरो।
Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the gifted content writer To create the big dream, the world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
गैलेंट एडवांस टीएमटी सरिया, इसकी ताकत बने घर की ढाल और इसकी फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी रखे घर को सॉलिड सालों साल। गैलेंट एडवांस टीएमटी सरिया, निर्माण का रियल हीरो।
एक्सरसाइज से भी जरूरी क्या है जानते हो? क्या? सेहतमंद खाना। मैं सिर्फ राघव भोग आटे की रोटी खाता हूँ क्योंकि ये बनता है कोल्ड प्रोसेस और क्या चटपटा है राजेश मसाला। ट्राई करिए। अच्छा,
टेस्ट मस्त,
जबरदस्त।
राजेश राघव भोग चक्की आटा फ्रॉम मेकर्स ऑफ राजेश मसाले। चुने हुए इंग्रेडिएंट्स और फाइनेस्ट ग्रेडिंग से बनते हैं राजेश मसाले।
और क्या चटपटा है राजेश मसाला। ट्राई करिए।
राजेश मसाले।
Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the gifted content writer. To create the big dream, the world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
गैलेंट एडवांस टीएमटी सरिया, इसकी ताकत बने घर की ढाल और इसकी फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी रखे घर को सॉलिड सालों साल। गैलेंट एडवांस टीएमटी सरिया, निर्माण का रियल हीरो।
We have several esteemed politicians joining us as well. Later on, we have the Honorable Chief Ministers of Delhi, Maharashtra, as well as Punjab, who will be speaking to us. And those are conversations that we are looking forward to, given that India is already in the throes of the next general election. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we move on, in this edition of Ideas of India, we are, of course, exploring a Naya Bharat, a new India that is looking inwards, even as it is reaching out to make a much wider impact in the world. जैसा मैंने पहले भी कहा, हम भारत की विरासत से आगे बढ़ने की प्रेरणा लेते आ रहे हैं, पर जब देश इतना बड़ा हो, इतनी विविधता हो, इतनी डाइवर्सिटी हो उसमें, तो ये निश्चित है कि प्रत्येक क्षेत्र के इतिहास को कई लोग अलग-अलग तरह से समझते हैं. And of course, what is factual history and what is a myth remains an unending hot topic of debate. Our next speaker is someone who has helped us navigate this very important difference. He has been able to crystallize ideas from ancient mythology and adapted them as mantras to live by in the modern India of today. Please put your hands together for mythologist, author, and illustrator Devdutt Patnaik.
Do I use this or this? Hi. My name is Devdutt Patnaik and I write on mythology. So one of the things I observe is people do not distinguish between science and science fiction, history and historical fiction, mythology and mythological fiction. So let me give you an example. DNA is science, but Jurassic Park, the film, is science fiction. That there was a Hyderabad Nizam state where there were Gonds who rebelled against authorities is history. RRR is historical fiction. Bahubali is fantasy. It has nothing to do with history. It's just pure, wonderful fantasy. Then comes mythology and mythological fiction. So if you read stories from the Bible, that's mythology. But when you read Dan Brown and Da Vinci Code, that's mythological fiction. So I'm often asked, लोग मुझे पूछते रहते हैं, and I go to all these conferences that for the last 20 years I've been asked this question कि Devdutt, लोग हिंदुइज्म को mythology क्यों बोलते हैं, इस्लाम क्रिश्चियनिटी को mythology क्यों नहीं बोलते? And the problem is वो Google कभी नहीं खोलते हैं. You open Google, आपके पास phone है, Wi-Fi है, do a Google and search for Islamic mythology. You will get lots of articles on Islamic mythology. Do a Google search, Christian mythology, मिल जाएगा आपको. So प्रश्न पूछने के पहले Google भी नहीं करते कि भैया every religious idea, every ideology is based on mythology. So there is Islamic mythology, Hindu mythology, Buddhist mythology, Jain mythology. There is even secular mythology, Marxist mythology. Because what is mythology then becomes the question. I was seeing this title, The Epic Stories, Why Our Myths Are Still Alive. आप इसे हिंदी में अनुवाद करके दिखाइए मुझे. इसको हिंदी में कैसे अनुवाद करेंगे? और शब्द नहीं मिलेंगे आपको. It's like अगर मैं यहां पे लिखूं Hitler was evil. हिटलर वॉज इवल सिंपल इंग्लिश सेंटेंस है. अगर मैं कहूं आपको इसे हिंदी में अनुवाद कीजिए, ईवल को हिंदी में अनुवाद करके दिखाइए. कोशिश कीजिए. 20 साल से 25 साल से लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं, नहीं मिलता है आपको, लेकिन मे बी यू विल फाइंड इट राइट नाउ. The thing is, because these words come from different cultural spaces. So since I have a few minutes, I'll explain definitions. So definition के बारे में. तो उस दिन again the same gentleman जो हमेशा वो कहते हैं कि हिंदुइज्म को मिथोलॉजी क्यों बोला जाता है, उन्होंने कहा कि मिथोलॉजी शब्द देवदत्त मिथ्या से आता है. हमारे यहाँ शब्द है मिथ्या, जिसे झूठ बोला जाता है. तो मैंने कहा कि अच्छा वापस गूगल खोलो, go to the etymology of mythology. और उसने एटिमोलॉजी तो उसे मतलब निरुक्त एटिमोलॉजी. सो यू वेंट टू एटिमोलॉजी और वहां पे उसने देखा कि मिथोलॉजी शब्द कम्स फ्रॉम अ ग्रीक वर्ड व्हिच मींस मिथोस, व्हिच मींस स्टोरी टेलिंग. दैट्स इट. सो मिथोलॉजी इज अबाउट स्टोरीज, बट अ पर्टिकुलर काइंड ऑफ स्टोरीज. सो लेट मी एक्सप्लेन द डेफिनेशन ऑफ दीज वर्ड्स सो दैट यू विल ऑल अंडरस्टैंड. Fact is everybody's truth. A fact is everybody's truth. It begins with doubt and ends with measurement or evidence. That's how a fact is defined. It is everybody's truth. It will begin with doubt. It will end with measurement or evidence. Fiction is nobody's truth. किसी का सच नहीं है. तो fact सबका सच है, fiction किसी का सच नहीं है. Myth is somebody's truth. किसी का सच. तो कुछ लोग भगवान के ऊपर विश्वास करते हैं, वो उनका सच है. जो भगवान पे विश्वास नहीं करते उनका सच नहीं है. कुछ शैतान पे विश्वास करते हैं, कुछ जन्नत में विश्वास करते हैं, कुछ पुनर्जन्म में विश्वास करते हैं. कुछ लोग कहते हैं मुझे भगवान पे विश्वास, मुझे न्याय पे विश्वास है. न्याय भी मिथोलॉजी है, क्योंकि इट इज अ बिलीफ. नेचर में, प्रकृति में देयर इज नो सच थिंग एज जस्टिस. इन नेचर देयर इज नो सच थिंग एज इक्वालिटी. Equality is a belief system. Justice is a belief system. Rights, human rights are a belief system. All this is mythology. So mythology is the study of polytheistic mythology, monotheistic mythology, atheistic mythology. Atheistic mythology, that is where jahan nirishwarvad, jahan bhagwan nahi hote hain. In Jainism, there is no concept of God. There is no one God, but there are minor gods. So when you study mythology, you have to see these three things. You know, what is your belief system? Now, why is mythology important? Why is mythology important? जब आप विश्वास करते हो कि एक ही सच होता है दुनिया में, फिर आप विवाद करते हो. विवाद होता है. I am right, you are right, I am right, you are right. मैं सच बोल रहा हूं, तुम झूठ बोल रहे हो. इसलिए वो न्यायाधीश के सामने लोग लड़ाई करते रहते हैं. पार्लियामेंट में लोग लड़ाई करते रहते हैं. घर में लड़ाई करते हैं because we believe my truth is the truth. In this room, there are 50, 100 people. There are 50, 100 truths based on your own personal experiences, your own personal knowledge. That's your belief system. If I get into the conversation saying कि देखो किसी का सच परम सत्य नहीं होता है, मेरे पास कुछ सच है, तुम्हारे पास कुछ सच है, चलो संवाद करते हैं. तो विवाद नहीं, संवाद करते हैं. So mythology allows you to have conversations. Because at the end of the conversation, मेरा सच थोड़ा बढ़ता है. जो मेरे कमरे के आने के पहले जो सच था, वो बदल गया है. It has changed. I have expanded my truth. तो मैं सुनता हूं. Because मुझे पता है कि मेरे पास सच नहीं है, सब पूर्ण सत्य नहीं है. You know, आदि शंकराचार्य ने कहा था कि जगत मिथ्या ब्रह्म सत्यम. इसका सिंपल अनुवाद क्या है? हर आदमी के पास सीमित सच होता है. Limited truths. We all have limited truths. Each one of us has limited truths. Nobody has access to the limitless truth. Only the divine has access to limitless truths. How do I move from limited truth to limitless truths? Is by having conversations. संवाद करके, बात करके. जब मैं बात करता हूं, लोगों की बात सुनता हूं, चिल्लाता नहीं, सुनता हूं बातें. जब मैं संवाद करता हूं, जब मैं उपनिषद करता हूं, तब मेरा सच खुलता है, उभरता है. And I learn new things. अहंकार को पसंद नहीं है ये बातें. अहंकार कहता है कि मेरा सच ही सच है, the truth. So in English, when I write the word the truth, The is a definite article. You can't translate this in Hindi or in any Indian languages. The truth. Capital letter T. You cannot write in Hindi. There is no concept of capital letters. So you can't translate evil. You can't translate myth. अभी मुझे लोग बोलते हैं कि देवदत्त myth को हिंदी में क्या बोलेंगे? आख्यान बोलूं? क्या बोलूं? इतिहास बोलूं? तो these are very loaded words. विश्वास वाला सच is mythology. विज्ञान वाला सच और विश्वास वाले सच में शंका होती है, डाउट. इसलिए शंका से जो काम करता है वो वैज्ञानिक होता है. जो विश्वास से काम करता है, जो गुरु की बात मानता है, वो वैज्ञानिक नहीं हो सकता. He can't be a scientist. Science is about doubt, shanka. There is always changing, and that is how you understand myths. So when somebody asks me, why are myths still alive? They are alive because we need myths. हमें विश्वास वाले सच चाहिए, क्योंकि अगर विश्वास वाले सच नहीं होते तो हम पागल हो जाएंगे. विश्वास से ही दुनिया कायम है, विज्ञान से नहीं. विज्ञान आपको सेलफोन दे सकता है, विज्ञान आपको ये स्टेज दे सकता है, शांति नहीं दे सकती है, संतोष नहीं दे सकता है. विज्ञान से संतोष प्राप्ति नहीं होगी. Science, technology, engineering, mathematics will give you great material benefits. We will have lots of wealth, lots of power. But I have met rich people. I don't see them as happy. I meet powerful people. I don't see them as happy. They're all unhappy, discontented, frustrated. You know, the best experience in my life is sitting in a private jet with a very rich man who said, life is very unfair. And I agreed with him because my invoice was on his table. So with that, that's my little bit about what is mythology, and I hope you take it home with you. Thank you so much.
थैंक यू वेरी मच देवदत्त जी. जैसा आपने समझाया, विश्वास वाला सच और विज्ञान वाला सच अलग होता है, और थोड़ा और इसे समझना चाहते हैं. आई वुड लाइक टू इनवाइट ऑन स्टेज Gul Panag once more to take this discussion forward with Devdutt Patnaik. A big round of applause, please.
Well, to begin with, I think a lot of my concepts were cleared when you addressed us. And I think going to the root of the word, the etymology, the definition, helped in my head as well break down the difference between science, science fiction, mythology, mythological fiction, historical fiction. And there's a lot of congruence in common parlance over historical fiction, mythological fiction, myth, and of course, which brings me to my first question. Do you think that the difference, or rather the distinction between mythologists and historians is beginning to blur, and in the present context?
You see, who are we talking about? Scholars know the difference. जो पंडित होते हैं उनको समझ में आता है कि देखो, the Saraswati is associated with a swan, हंस के साथ जुड़ी होती है. And a swan, mythological swan, is able to separate milk from water. दूध का दूध, पानी का पानी. इसलिए हम सरस्वती के हंस की पूजा करते हैं. जो हंस होते हैं उनको फर्क पता है कि ये हिस्टोरियन है, ये मिथोलॉजिस्ट है, ये फिक्शन राइटर है, ये पॉलिटिशियन है जो सर्वज्ञानी होता है. तो so you should accept that. तो once you know your definitions, so जो हंस होते हैं उनको समझ में आता है कि देखो ये ऐसे है, इसको संख्या कहते हैं, where you divide things. But सब लोग हंस नहीं हो सकते. कर्म के हिसाब से आप हंस हो या ना हो. जो हंस, तो मैं पहले देखता हूँ ये आदमी हंस है या नहीं है. अगर हंस है तो उसे समझ में आता है कि what is the difference between these words. And sometimes you meet people who think fiction writers are historians, are mythologists. तो उनके साथ आपको अलग व्यवहार करना है. थोड़ा प्रेम के साथ, थोड़ा you have to be loving, because उनको समझ नहीं आता है ना, उनको आलू और प्याज में फर्क नहीं पता चलता है. तो मैं क्या करूं? तो उनको समझाना पड़ता है कि they are vegetables, ये मांसाहारी खाना नहीं है. They don't know the difference between tomatoes and potatoes. So We have to work with them. We have to be kind because they don't understand the difference. And I don't get angry. I mean, I used to get angry, but then I calmed down and I realized that why should I be angry with stupid people?
पर जो परिभाषा है एक मूर्ख व्यक्ति की, अगर उस पे हम 1 मिनट के लिए चर्चा करें,
जी,
ये अगर उसकी जो एटिमोलॉजी है और जो उसकी परिभाषा है, जिससे आपने अभी बताया द फूलिश पीपल, वो मूर्ख व्यक्ति की अगर आप एक परिभाषा बताना चाहें, वो क्या होगी? वो आज के दृष्टिकोण से।
पहले तो वो व्हाट्सएप को विश्वास करता है।
आप 1 मिनट, मेरा पहला सवाल, क्या आप ये कहना चाहते हैं कि हमें व्हाट्सएप पर विश्वास नहीं करना चाहिए?
वो ज्ञान का केवल एक स्रोत है,
और वो ज्ञान का
हर चीज ज्ञान का स्रोत है। यू विल गेट नॉलेज एवरीवेयर. I listen to politicians all the time, and the politicians taught me you don't have to reply to all questions. So that was a big learning. I thought whenever somebody asks you questions, you have to reply.
But what if you're not allowed to ask questions?
That's also okay.
But what would that be? I mean, how would you describe
question
that?
नहीं पूछते हमारे यहाँ. उसको हम बोलेंगे कि आज्ञाकारी पुत्र है, वो कभी बड़ों से प्रश्न पूछना is disrespectful.
आज्ञाकारी पुत्र होना, वो हमारी सभ्यता का एक बहुत
See, it's very important in the military. In a military, we cannot expect a soldier to challenge the authority because then we will not win a war. If you believe life ही रणभूमि है, तो उनको सिर्फ सेना पसंद है.
और लोकतंत्र उसमें सवाल जायज है या नहीं है? क्या वो सेना है? क्या वो मिलिट्री है? मतलब मैं एक जनरल की बेटी हूँ, मुझे कोई सवाल पूछने की कभी अनुमति नहीं थी मेरे घर में. तो मैं कि सवालों की बात की जाए, हम लोकतंत्र में सवाल की क्या?
See, it's about, are we asking questions to create a better society, or are we asking? See, what has happened today in democracy is that look at what has happened in the global West.
Wouldn't democracy be a myth? It's a belief system.
It's a belief system. Of course, it is a belief system. It is like autocracy is a belief system. Democracy is a belief system. I believe that 10, 100 people, when we get together, can discuss and find a solution. It's a belief. You don't find democracy in nature. It's a cultural phenomena. So Rome was not based on democracy. The Chinese empires were not based on democracy. Islam was not based on democracy. The Islamic Caliphate was not based on democracy. Raj Mandalas were not based on democracy. So democracy is an idea where you believe that everybody's truth is valid and I can have a conversation. In Jains, there's a concept of anekantvad. So you believe there are multiple truths and we can engage. So unless you do samvad, now look at what happens in parliament. We are doing vivad. If you're doing vivad, you will never succeed. It is samvad. You have to converse, get people together, not divide people. Democracy is about getting people together. You ask anyone on the road, what is the meaning of a leader? He says, जो सबको साथ लेके जाता है.
So that means you're endorsing Bharat Jodo technically because you're against Bharat division.
No, that is jumla.
That was a joke.
No, those are facetious statements because anybody can put a poster, right? I can put a poster saying that I'm an honest man, I'm uniting the country. These are statements nowadays. Anybody can tweet anything, you know. And so, do you live it? Do you genuinely live it? See, बोलना आसान है, करना बहुत मुश्किल है. Bhagavad Gita, anybody can chant on a stage, but to live Bhagavad Gita is a challenge. It's extremely difficult. बोलना बहुत आसान है कि मैंने भगवद गीता का लेक्चर दे दिया. I know so many people who genuinely believe in generosity until you ask them for money. They'll give you speeches on what is the value of charity, and they'll be called to Davos, and they'll get a standing ovation. But then you check, and you realize they don't like to pay taxes. They don't believe taxes are also charity. Because the money that you give in taxes, the state will use to help so many people.
It's because they believe democracy is not their nature. So why should my taxes facilitate somebody else going by your line of thought?
Yes, but
that's what the rich people don't want to share money.
Yeah, the greatest mythology in the world is this is mine.
Right. Okay, I want to go back. I mean, I'm really enjoying this. I do want to...
You see, this idea of property, the idea of this is mine. Tribal societies have collective wealth. Human societies have private wealth. In the Mahabharata, Draupadi asked the question, am I a property that you can gamble me away? Is woman a property? So This is a fundamental question. ये मेरा है, ये मेरा शब्द सबसे बड़ी मिथ्या है.
पर ये तो हमारे बहुत से पुराने कानूनों में लिखा हुआ है. The English justice system treats a woman as property of her husband, and that's how laws are written. But I want to go back to the subject that we were at. I mean, this could go on forever, and I hope that you'll give me an opportunity to continue this off the stage. Is our history and mythology in danger of being politicized? And which is the question of the hour? And is conspiracy likely, or has conspiracy, or will it replace facts?
No, everybody feels in their life the world is coming to an end. Even 3,000 years ago, in the cuneiform script in Mesopotamia, you have got these little letters written by people that the children are now riding chariots. They don't listen to their parents. The world is coming to an end. So everybody believes their lifetime is an interesting period and everything is going to collapse in my lifetime. Nothing happens. The world carries on. The rich will continue to be greedy. Vegetarianism will impact the way you collect wealth. So these kind of ideas, which you have, everybody believes that if everybody in this world was vegetarian, we would be a better place. If everybody in the world believed in Jesus, the world would be a better place. If everybody in the world believed in my religion, the world would be a better place. We call them control freaks, and they'll always be there. This is Sanatan. This won't change. We would like to believe that the world will become a better place, but that's the greatest fairy tale in the world, happily ever after. Everybody knows that when, Disney's True Love, what happens after marriage, right? So just ask the married people over here, they all look so unhappy. They all believed in those wonderful weddings, hum saath saath rahenge. And then you go to the divorce court and see how many young couples are there tweeting each other, saying the next.
Speaking of Twitter, you have an infinite amount of patience to conduct discourse with people who disagree with you. And आपने इससे पहले हमारे आज के ज़माने में. How do you find and dig deep that level of patience that requires you to engage with people who are close-minded and the ones you perhaps refer to as foolish people at the early part of our conversation?
Everyone. So you can't talk to. I have no desire to be some great person who's going to change the world. I talk to people who understand. So you have 24 hours in a day, and you have to ration your time very carefully. So I decide, if I meet a person and I realize he's decided what the truth is, I agree with them.
What if you can change their mind with reason?
That's not my... I check whether he's going to pay me money. So I'm very clear. See, either you have to be rich, or you have to be genuinely interested in the subject, or you have to be good looking. These are the three criteria for me to indulge you.
Noted. Okay. I want to talk about a fairly controversial thought. Controversial probably from your perspective only, for the purpose of this conversation, that we've always spoken of an idea of an India that is diverse, the diversity of India. And yet, there is a narrative that's gaining significant traction, which talks about the uniformity of India. Do you want to talk a bit about how the diversity of India versus the uniformity of India, and how narratives are built and perpetuated through mythologists turned historians?
See, diversity generally is inefficient. And it's a fact. For example, if there are 10 people in the house who want to eat 10 different kinds of food, managing the kitchen is a nightmare. So it's efficient if everyone eats the same kind of food. So if you're the cook and you'll say, I'm going to make poha today, then it's easy, everybody eats poha. But if everybody says, I want a poha, upma, idli, omelette, then the kitchen becomes inefficient. So diversity by definition is inefficient. Diversity also lends itself to create hierarchies. So all diverse societies, so India has a caste system. One of the reasons is because of its diversity. And one of the reasons, there are many reasons, but one of the reasons. So diversity plays a role. Now the problem with uniformity and homogeneity is efficient, yes, it's more flatter, equal, but what it does, it homogenizes. It takes away difference. So everybody has to speak Hindi. Everybody has to be vegetarian.
You say it like it's a bad thing.
If
Speaking Hindi.
talk to the Tamilian and ask them if will you give up their language.
What did they say when you asked them?
They don't want to give up their language. Unless we decide to teach Tamil in the Gangetic Plains. Maybe Uttar Pradesh.
That would be a really good idea. On the randa 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
See, the question is, how many languages do you want to learn? Why will you not
That
learn?
was 1 to 10 in Tamil.
Can you do that in Odia?
No, I can't, but I'd love to.
Yes. And Bengali?
No.
And Assamese? And Marathi? And
No.
Gujarati?
Now you're calling me out. That's not cool.
Exactly. So the problem with diversity is that it puts this pressure on you. And I use in global forums, I use the Indian rupee note to show them the number of languages we have in India. And then I show a US dollar bill and say, you have only one language, maybe two, Latin. And that creates efficiency. However, it cannot handle immigrants. Instantly, they will say that Mexico mein wall bana do, we don't like Muslims in our neighborhood. And therefore, you see the West, which loves homogeneity and therefore equality, can't handle diversity. India, which is diverse and therefore inefficient, can handle complexity much more, but
we want to be like that dollar bill that only has one language. Is that what you're saying?
Which is what people think is good for them until their language is threatened. Until their language. The moment I threaten, the moment, see, 50% of India is in the Hindi-speaking belt, and therefore Hindi is given a priority. Therefore, politicians love Hindi. Therefore, I speak Hindi on stage. 50% of India. The fact is, the remaining 50% also matters. Odia matters,
not to win
Bengali
an election,
matters.
surely.
Sorry?
But not to win an election, surely.
If you become a politician, you might change your tune and you might just talk a very different language.
So you're saying that a politician must cater to 100% of the electorate?
Of his electorate?
That's preposterous.
No, 37%.
That doesn't happen.
It works for 30%. You don't need to convince everybody. You have to convince a significant number of people to get the maximum. It's a majoritarian representative democracy. It's not a democracy in theory. It is about just getting those 30% of people to vote for you and you're all powerful. You don't need 100% of people to support you. You need 30% of the people.
And then if you bring back the language conversation to that thought, then if you have, say, 30, 35% people who do support your thought, what stops you from imposing a uniform language and imposing uniformity in general, including but not limited language?
You can impose. China does it. In China, everybody is supposed to speak the Chinese language. And they have a Great Wall of China. They have now the Firewall of China. And they don't let foreigners enter. I remember talking to Chinese audience and asking them, you want to control the world, right? And they said, yes. I said, which language?
But China is often, to do it with English. Here's the interesting thing. China is often quoted as the pinnacle of economic might. And you think that's because of the uniformity that has been imposed?
Look at how China deals with rich people. There was a guy called Jack Ma who was very rich and very powerful. He's disappeared. So if you want to be like China, then the rich people in India should be told the story of Jack Ma. So be careful of the Chinese model because Jack Ma, the story, I don't know where he is. He was this big, he was there on Twitter everywhere. He was there
he vocalized his retirement.
And then one day he disappeared. So Chinese model is also the story of Jack Ma. It's also the Great Wall. It's also the Firewall. It's also the economic success. So you have to listen to many stories, diverse stories of China, not just one story. Be careful of a single story. When people talk of one God, one life, one way of thinking, that's monotheism. Polytheism is many gods, many languages, many ways of thinking. India is polytheistic. India will fight back monotheism. So monotheism will always be challenged by polytheism. Socialism and all are atheists. So they don't believe in anything is sacred. Capitalism is atheist. It doesn't believe anything is sacred. But polytheism is many things are sacred. Will never let a monotheistic faith come in. And democracy today, unfortunately, is moving towards monotheistic ideals. And therefore, it only divides the world into left and right.
But isn't that more efficient?
And that leads to the Crusades. The Crusades were the battle between one monotheistic group, which was efficient, the Christians, and another monotheistic group, which was the Muslims, fighting each other. And the Chinese didn't even involve themselves. So yeah, you want monotheism, you'll get Crusades. Take your pick.
But short-term gains versus long-term harakiri, potentially?
No, that happens in life. We know what happens. You can be rich, the second richest man in the world, and then world changes. So everything comes and goes. This is what the Jainism teaches us, Utasarpini, Avasarpini, Utasarpini, Avasarpini, Sushama, Dushama, Sushama, Dushama. Good
I have
times,
no idea
bad
what
times.
language that is.
Well, that's Ardhamagadhi. So, but it's Jain philosophy that nothing lasts forever, everything changes, and the wise men watch people assume that they will conquer the world and realize that nothing really matters in the end, and what you claim is yours is not yours.
That's fascinating. I have one last question, and we're almost out of time, which is, speaking of diversity, and we've established that diversity is not efficient, but nor is uniformity, because that leads to the Crusades. Eventually, we may not be here to witness the Crusades, but we may certainly sow the seeds of it. And that is, will we have to wait for more Ponniyin Selvins and Kantaras to appreciate the diversity of history in popular culture? And that is my last question. Yeah. And we are out of time,
Yeah, Ponniyin Selvam is a historical fiction. Kantara calls itself a legend. The title calls itself a legend. It's based on a Dakshin Kannada folk ritual, but deals with untouchability, land rights, property rights, very real popular issues. Land rights, property rights. Caste is a major theme in Kantara, which nobody wants to talk about. But one of the biggest themes in Kantara is caste, land rights, forest encroachment. But everybody's focusing on, but they're forgetting what the god is saying. The god is saying, leave the forests alone. And most of the people who support Kantara are the ones who want the forests to be destroyed. So just going to the temple doesn't make you a bhakt. Is something I always tell people. Bhagavad Gita padne se aapko moksha prapt nahi hoti hai. Kaam karna padta hai.
You have to live the life, not just espouse it.
See, to talk about generosity is easy. To be generous is very tough. To write about love is very easy. To be loving is very tough.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for your time and for such profound thoughts. And I think there isn't a person in this room who's not going to go back and question themselves, hopefully. And maybe stare themselves in the mirror and say maybe they got a few things off.
I think just, ABP has been kind enough to get some of my books. They're available by the grace of ABP. So it's free. So if you like my work, do read my books.
I'm grateful that you've already gifted me one, but all of you can have a book.
Yeah.
And please do contact people outside. They will guide you to it. I can't wait to start reading mine. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Devdutt ji. Thank you, Gul. Please do stay on stage as I invite Rakesh Jain.
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
पापा हीरोज करते क्या है?
वो आपके साथ रहते हैं और आपको प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं। हीरो सिर्फ पर्दे के आगे ही नहीं, दीवारों के पीछे भी। गैलेंट एडवांस TMT सरिया, इसकी ताकत बने घर की ढाल और इसकी फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी रखे घर को सॉलिड सालों साल। गैलेंट एडवांस TMT सरिया, निर्माण का रियल हीरो।
डाबर वैदिक टी, चाय का वही लाजवाब स्वाद अब सेहत के साथ। Co-powered by Dr. Ortho, अब दर्द भी घुटने टेकेगा। Gallant Advanced TMT सरिया निर्माण का रियल हीरो। अब आएगा खाने में असली स्वाद राजेश मसाले के साथ। Driven by Maruti Suzuki. Technology partner, create today, enrich tomorrow, Panasonic. Gold partner, Senco Gold and Diamonds, design of India for you. Partner, Rico Vachdanti, India का गम expert, मजेदार नहीं असरदार। Rummy बोले तो जंगली Rummy, India's most trusted Rummy site. Get quick loans from Tata Capital. बदलते भारत की नई gas, Go Gas. Clean and dry. #1 expert intimate care range. Sidco, we make sittings. MMRDA rebooting Mumbai. Knowledge partner, Sharda University. The world is here at Sharda University. Accredited A+ by NAC.
Quick tribute for our guest. Give it up, everyone. Let's welcome Lucky Ali. A very warm welcome, sir. And I'd also like to invite ABP Shagun Sharma to facilitate this conversation.
हेलो गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन। तो जितने भी लोग अभी ऑडियंस में बैठे हैं, मेरा उनसे एक सवाल है। सब प्लीज आप बैठ जाइए। यहाँ पर 80s और 90s के कितने लोग हैं जो 80s और 90s में पैदा हुए हैं? सबने प्यार किया है? सबका दिल टूटा है कभी ना कभी? बोलना नहीं चाहिए, लेकिन दिल सबका एक ना एक बार तो टूटा ही होगा। अब कितने लोग ऐसे हैं जिन्होंने अपने टूटे दिल पर लकी अली के गानों का बाम लगाया हो? ओ सनम की जब लाइनें सुनती थी, मेरा भी टूटा है दिल, और जब ये लाइनें सुनती थी तो एक अलग तरीके का मजा, सुकून, मतलब एक होता है ना आश्वासन मिलता था कि चल शगुन, कोई ना कोई आगे जाके जरूर मिल जाएगा। शाम सवेरे तेरी यादें आती है, आके दिल को मेरे यूं तड़पाती है। ओ सनम मोहब्बत की कसम। ये जो था ना, बस पूरा टाइम यही करते रहते थे। सो लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, लकी अली। आपने कभी सोचा था जब आप ये गाना बना रहे थे कि आप अपने लिए एक लाइफ टाइम आइडेंटिटी क्रिएट कर रहे हैं? हर कोई जैसे ही लकी अली का नाम आता है, ओ सनम सबके दिमाग पे आ जाता है।
ऐसा सोचा तो नहीं था, but I just did what I did. I mean, it was something that happened. It was a blessing, and with the support of all my friends and all the people I've met in this massive journey, it's been a product of that.
हमारी प्लेलिस्ट में अभी भी ये गाना है और एजलेस सॉन्ग है ये। तो आप जब हमारे सामने बैठे हैं तो हम कैसे नहीं पूछे कि ये गाना एग्जैक्टली हुआ कैसे? हाउ डिड ओ सनम हैपन टू यू?
It was a different story at that time. I mean, there was a young boy called Raju, and Raju was an orphan, and he was in Kashmir. And at that time, I was doing my carpet, what do you call? So, Chote Pan Ka Raju Sabka Sacha Sathi Tha. That was the song, basically. And that, so it started like that. And then as it went on, you had heartbreaks, and you translated the words into that, and that's how it happened.
Did you also make this song while you were heartbroken?
Well, it's basically a heart is not a piece of glass that it breaks. You know what I mean? It's something that grows. You have to, what do you call, understand how it functions. I mean, the feelings, and work them out. You know, as you, in other words, if you fall, you should try to stand up again.
अभी हम लोग दिल की बाम की बात कर रहे थे, तो हम तो जब हमारा दिल टूटता है, हम लकी अली के गानों का बाम लगा लेते हैं। आपने भी अपने लाइफ में कई सारे अप्स एंड डाउन्स देखे होंगे। जब आप दुखी होते हैं या लाइफ में कुछ ठीक नहीं चल रहा होता है, तो आप ऐसा कौन सा इंसान है या क्या चीज है जो आपके लिए बाम का काम करता है?
मेरे लिए तो मेरे पिताजी ने तो सिखाया था कि जो भी मांगना है हाथ उठाकर मांगो, and that is what has kept me sane, I would say, balanced. I learned to appreciate the lessons taught to us as children when you grew up, you know. So when you're growing up, you don't really respect those things. It's always, you want to do your own thing. But then as you mature, you start, what do you call, appreciating all the values that were taught to you during your growing up.
तो आपने अभी अपने अब्बा की बात करी, महमूद साहब की। सुपरस्टार कॉमेडियन थे। आपका बैकग्राउंड बिल्कुल फिल्मी था, लेकिन फिर भी आपने चूज करा गाना पहले, गाना एक्टिंग से। तो क्या प्रेशर नहीं था फादर से कि पहले एक्टिंग कर लो, गाने तो बाद में गा लेना?
Cinema was very much part of our growing up, but I grew up in a boarding school. So mera aana, I would see different music directors at work because it was a production house. And unki shooting mein bhi chale jata tha because I used to come for about 2 months and then go back to Mussoorie. But those were very intense moments with my dad where I could go on his sets
whether he was recording, and So when I enjoyed music as a child, and more than the acting part of it, I felt that acting was more work.
More work?
More work.
Were you lazy?
Very lazy. I mean, there's a difficult way and there's a simple way. You always try to find the simple way.
एक लाइन है, आप इस लाइन का अपने जीवन में क्या महत्व है ये बताइएगा। नहीं रखता दिल में, ये जो लाइन है ये आपकी एक सॉन्ग की लाइन है
जी।
तो इस लाइन का क्या इम्पोर्टेंस है आपकी लाइफ में, क्योंकि इसके पीछे की एक कहानी है जो बहुत कम लोग शायद जानते हैं।
जी। नहीं रखता दिल में was a song that we wrote in one of our processes in England, and तब मेरे बड़े बेटे की, he was very very small and very vocal, and he would say whatever he felt, as a child. So I like that aspect, that sometimes you catch me out, no, you didn't say that, you didn't mean that. So a child is always, what do you call, he doesn't hold it in his heart. He will express it. So this song was about that.
So ये जो लाइन है ये आपके फादर ने पहली लाइन बोली थी, आप लोग बैठकर कोई गाना बना रहे थे, तब ये लाइन क्या आपके फादर ने स्टार्ट करी थी?
नहीं, मेरे फादर ने जो गाना शुरू किया था वो दुनिया के समंदर में, दुनिया के समंदर में देखी तिनके की तरह अपनी हस्ती. So that was.
वो कौन सा गाना है जो आपका सबसे ज्यादा फेवरेट था आपके फादर का? आपके फादर को आपका कौन सा गाना ऐसा था जो बहुत पसंद था और वो बार बार बोलते थे कि लकी चलो गाओ? क्योंकि यूजुअली ऐसा होता है, सबके साथ हुआ होगा, यहाँ पे कई सारे पेरेंट्स भी बैठे होंगे कि जैसे कोई गेस्ट घर पर आता है तो पहली चीज वो लोग बोलते हैं चलो डांस करके दिखाओ, वो गाना ऑन कर देते हैं चलो गा के दिखाओ. तो आपके साथ भी ऐसा होता था कि आपके फादर बोलते थे कि चलो लकी गा के दिखाओ?
एक फिल्म आई थी नया जमाना करके एक जमाने में. I mean धर्मेंद्र जी was in that film, and there used to be a song called which my father recorded on the first क्या बोलते camcorder,
hand camera जो होता है.
So I actually just forgot it. I was about to remember. I'll sing it later. Yeah.
Sure.
Next question.
What is your most memorable time that you spent with your father? एक ऐसी memory जो आपको हमेशा अपने अब्बा की याद रहती है.
During his last days when he was living on the farm, and he was on the farm alone, and I was in New Zealand, and I had come to visit him. So there were some things that he told me that stuck with me. Like, he said, see, I'm sitting on this big estate, and I'm not going to take anything back with me. So don't get too attached to things, material, because it all, maybe now the Buzurg who was sitting here, he was just teaching us that, right? The person that.
करते हैं तो यही पल याद रहते हैं.
हाँ, I remember the good things about him. He had a big, temper, but I think he was also very loving.
चलिए अब बात कर लेते हैं बॉलीवुड की. आपका बॉलीवुड के साथ भी एसोसिएशन रहा है. आपने एक बहुत देर बाद अपनी लाइफ में एंट्री करी बॉलीवुड में. आप आई थिंक 37 इयर्स के थे जब आपने स्टार्टिंग करी.
I was my first film was Chote Nawab.
उसमें छोटा सा रोल था आपका.
Yeah, and then I did my father's Ginny or Johnny, Ek Baap Chhe Bete, Kumara Baap.
Walking All Alone.
All those films. So we were kids, about 13 years old. Then I joined Shyam Benegal as an assistant. We did that for a while. And then I just wanted a change. So I went on the oil rigs and started working in the oil field for about 2 years. Horses.
बहुत कम लोग यहाँ पर जानते हैं. यूजुअली हमारे पेरेंट्स हमें कुछ एक अमाउंट देते हैं कि चल जा, जी ले अपनी जिंदगी, बना लो इस पैसे से जो भी करना है. आपको भी आपके फादर ने एक कुछ अमाउंट दिया था काम बिजनेस करने के लिए, तो आपने उस पैसे को क्या किया उस पैसे के साथ, और वो कितना अमाउंट था?
उस वक्त पिताजी ने मुझे he gave me about $1 lakh rupees.
1 लाख रुपए आज के टाइम पे मतलब 1 करोड़ दिया था,
जिसमें आधे में मैंने कारपेट खरीदे, and half of it I spent journey. I went, my mother had expired at that time, so I just wanted to just travel. So I traveled with it. I was not a good businessman.
Clearly, because you left it.
Yeah, I was more of a musician then, so that didn't last for too long.
So आप कैसे, how do you used to sell your carpets?
How I used to sell my carpets, it used to be, I mean, I didn't have a showroom or anything. It was just with me. So if there was, amongst the environment that was within the carpet industry, I would try to like, you know, I got special carpets. And they would say, nahi, theek nahi hai, and then
Bargaining करती थी ladies?
मुझे आता ही नहीं था.
नहीं, लोग लेडीज आपसे बार्गेनिंग करती थी कि कार्पेट अगर आप कह रहे हो 7,000 का है तो चलो 3 में देके नक्की करो.
ऐसा कुछ भी
होता था?
होता था, of course.
तो फिर जब बार्गेनिंग करते थे लोग आपके साथ, तो आप क्या बोलते थे? मतलब दे दिया करते थे? लॉस, तभी लॉस बुक करते थे?
नहीं, उस वक्त में पैसों की जरूरत पड़ती थी, you know. So, thank you. I'm actually overwhelmed. I didn't expect this. I thought this was high gul. I didn't expect this. I was thinking it's just going to be a small interview here, you know. It's like the whole world's watching me, you know.
सर, एबीपी का यही प्लेटफॉर्म है कि आपको लगता है कि स्मॉल है, लेकिन स्मॉल कुछ भी नहीं होता. हमारे लिए सब कुछ बहुत बड़ा होता है.
I know, but
Right?
मुझे क्या पता था? You know?
ओके, गेट बैक टू कार्पेट बिजनेस. तो लेडीज आपके साथ बार्गेन करती थी और आपका वो बिजनेस नहीं चला ना. कैन यू इमेजिन लकी अली जैसे गुड लुकिंग इंसान आपके आगे आकर कार्पेट बेचने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं? मैं तो ऑनेस्टली 6 की जगह आपको 8 दे देती. ऑनेस्टली. सो नाउ लेट्स गेट बैक टू बॉलीवुड का अदर साइड. इज इट ट्रू कि आपको बॉलीवुड पसंद नहीं है? डू यू हेट बॉलीवुड? और अगर ऐसा नहीं है तो व्हाई डिड यू डिस्टेंस योरसेल्फ फ्रॉम बॉलीवुड?
Cinema wasn't really doing for me what I needed, in the sense like I enjoyed the music, I enjoyed writing, and I enjoyed the people I was working with. Not to say that I didn't enjoy being in the industry with people that Sham Babu ke saath, but I felt that I didn't really belong there because I could do what I wanted to do within the framework that I knew. And I think we started off with music, with videos and stuff like that. And you could tell a story in 3 minutes instead of having to go to a theater and watch it and tell a whole story for, you know. So that was simpler for me and more satisfying. I could go to different places within the shortest of times and, you know, shoot whatever we wanted, record. And you're working for yourself, so there's no, you're not going according to a director's perspective or, so I enjoyed that and I still enjoy that.
तो जितने भी गाने आपने बॉलीवुड में गाए, आपको उन गानों में मीनिंग लगा तभी गाए, या तब पैसे कमाने के लिए गाए, नाम कमाने के लिए गाए?
No, I have done very, very less work in Bollywood. Mainly with the first 2 songs that I sang was because Raju Bhai went and told my father, okay,
मतलब यहाँ पर
the dad said, do it. I said, okay, then we did that. And then I didn't do the other films because that was not the direction. But Ik Pal Ka Jeena Phir To Hai
that was a
Jana.
turning point of your career.
Yeah, that was a song already that was there, you know. And then they took it forward and they made it into the song that it is now. Then I did work with A.R. Rahman and with Vishal, just a couple of songs. With A.R. Rahman, my first experience was I didn't like the song. So not because of anything, the music was good, but the words were very not me, you know. I said I'd be very embarrassed to sing them. So I asked A.R., I said, do you know what these words are saying? So he says, no, because he's Tamilian, you know. So I said, anyways, I love the tune, but when there's another song, I will, you know. And that's how we did Boys and the other.
So आपने गाने के साथ-साथ एक्टिंग भी करी थी. सुर और कांटे, 2 prominent movies that I remember clearly. लेकिन जितना मुकाम, जितना आपको प्यार ऑडियंस का या फेमस आप ज्यादा सिंगिंग की वजह से हुए हैं रादर देन एक्टिंग। तो एक आर्टिस्ट को कैसे पता चलता है कि मेरी कोर क्या है, मेरा स्ट्रेंथ क्या है? सो व्हेन डिड यू रियलाइज कि नहीं भाई लकी, एक्टिंग इज नॉट माय कप ऑफ टी?
I mean, it's not the most difficult thing to do acting. Acting, everybody's doing acting. But music is something very special. You know, there's a knowledge, there are notes, there's vibrations, there's vibes. There's so many things with it. It happens in cinema also, but not as intense as the music. So
डिड यू गेट जिटर्स जब वो होता था लाइट्स कैमरा एक्शन कि बहुत टेक्स लेते थे भाई? आर यू अ नेचुरल एक्टर और नॉट?
मेरे बहुत retakes हुआ करते थे, you know. So, but yeah, I think I can manage roles and stuff like that. But there are no roles like that right now. I think there's an evolution going on in cinema, in the thought processes that are happening here, and I think when they have solutions and stuff like that, would be a very interesting time to watch what cinema brings out from here.
So did you receive call from people like directors and producers जब आपने decide किया कि मैं बॉलीवुड गाने, जब तक I don't find like soul in those songs, I'm not going to sing. So did you receive calls from your from any director or anybody कि आ जाओ चलो मेरे लिए गा दो?
If I did, I don't remember because I wasn't available. I just lived on a farm and it was just away from everything. So I just don't know what happened all around me. But we were always making music and recording.
अभी सुर की बात हो रही थी। सुर में एक गाना है आपका, आ भी जा। मैं जब हम लोग मिल रहे थे तो मैं सर से वही बात कर रही थी कि ये एक ऐसा गाना था जो मैंने घिस दिया पूरा, मतलब इतना सुना कि एक-एक शब्द, एक-एक ट्यून, वो कब म्यूजिक बजेगा, कब वायलिन बजेगा, मुझे सब याद था। कैसे गाया आपने ये गाना उस वक्त, मतलब क्योंकि आपको कोई ट्रेनिंग भी नहीं मिली और इस गाने के सुर, नोट सब कुछ एकदम ऑन पॉइंट थे?
Actually, I think I sung it bassur. There were parts where I was bassur in that song, but I think all the credit should go to Cream Saab, who, you know, inspired that performance out of me, and Tanuja, because she had a brief, and this tune was so pretty, you know, I mean, it was such a beautiful tune. And I thought I could sing it, but I couldn't, and then we went through the motions of practicing it, because there's some classical bits in it, and, you know, that's not my style, basically. I'm a very straight singer.
अभी आप इंटरव्यू के स्टार्टिंग में कह रहे थे कि आपके अब्बा आपको कहते थे कि अगर कुछ भी मांगना है तो ऐसे करके मांगो, मिल जाता है। तो मैं अगर ऐसे करके बोलूं कि आप अगर इस गाने के 2 लाइन मेरे लिए गा दें, नो प्रेशर, बिकॉज आई टोटली अंडरस्टैंड कि आप
वहां से क्यों मांगते, आप मुझसे ही मांगो।
तो अगर आप चाहे तो वो जो लाइन है ना, मेरे दिल के पागलपन की और सीमा, मैं भी आई थिंक आपकी तरह ही फ्लैट गा रही हूँ, बट आपके मुंह से तो इस गाने में जान आ जाएगी।
मेरे दिल के पागलपन की ओ सीमा क्या है, यूं तो तू है मेरी छाया मुझ में, ओ तेरा क्या है, मैं हूँ गगन तू है ज़मीं, अधूरी सी मेरे बिना, रात को कर वेदा दिल रुबा भी जा।
आई एम श्योर अब आपको समझ में आ गया कि क्यों मैं उस गाने को बार बार सुनती थी। अमेजिंग। आप कैसे बोल सकते हैं कि आप बेसुरे गाने हैं?
मैं हूँ, that's the fact. बहुत कोशिश करता हूँ to keep the, you know, the tune. Yeah.
मुंबई में आके कैसा लग रहा है?
Second most polluted city in the world. Ask me questions like that. I mean, you ask me all these, how is it in Suno?
नहीं, बिल्कुल आगे का सवाल इस बात पे है कि अगर मुंबई ऐसा है तो आप क्यों छोड़कर उसको बेंगलुरु शिफ्ट हो गए, ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग स्टार्ट कर दी आपने, सब मतलब मुंबई को पीछे छोड़ दिया?
नहीं छोड़ तो नहीं दिया. This is my मातृभूमि. Like I was born here, so and I love Bombay. But it's such a large city now and so impersonal. So the things of my childhood are not there anymore. So I know it's selfish, but we have a farm that I need to be on, and that's basically how life goes. You keep on.
So can you tell us a little bit more about your life at farm? आप वहाँ पे organic farming करते हैं. क्या exactly? What is your day like? What do you do throughout the day?
I wake up in the morning.
Wow, I thought you wake up at the night.
And then, of course, I mean, since
I
it's a
think he's
farm.
slowly coming into his.
Yeah, because everybody asks me, oh, what's your life like as a musician? It is what it is. I mean, there's nothing, no rocket science. I mean, we sing, we play for people, and they sing with us. And that's basically what you want, that everybody gets into that energy space and goes back home happy,
But what about organic farming? Like, what do you do in that?
Well, organic farming is more like, I mean, घर के लिए उगा लिया and हम हैं, हमारे workers हैं, so everybody just, it piles onto that. Sometimes you even forget about the crop, that the animals eat it. So
मैं इनफैक्ट जब सर से बात कर रही थी तो मैं उनको कह रही थी कि नीचे कमेंट सेक्शन के अंदर काफी सारे लोगों ने कुछ सवाल पूछे हुए, तो मुझे थोड़ी क्यूरियोसिटी हुई कि मैं देखूं कि क्या क्या सवाल पूछे हुए. तो उसमें किसी जनाब ने लिखा हुआ था कि क्या लकी अली अपने हाथों से सब्जी और फल उगाते हैं? क्या हम ये सब्जी और फल खरीद सकते हैं?
नहीं खरीद सकते हैं क्योंकि मैं अपने हाथों से नहीं उगाता हूँ.
ये एग्जैक्ट लाइन है जो उनका सवाल था, तो मुझे काफी हंसी आई. तो मुझे लगा कि मैं क्यों नहीं आपसे स्टेज पर पूछूं कि क्या कोई प्लेटफॉर्म है जहां से हम लोग ये सब्जियां वगैरह खरीद सकते हैं?
आप घर पर ही कर सकते हैं. You can do it in your flat. I mean, you be self-sufficient. And that's basically what I like to talk about is that everybody becomes self-sufficient in their needs. Like you can grow your own crops even in your flat. मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा हूँ कि बड़े-बड़े crops, your veggies or whatever that you use, घर पे लगाओ आप. It creates a nice environment and plants are very good.
Is it therapeutic?
Very therapeutic. Plants are amazing. I mean, that energy is just so peaceful, yeah. When you walk through a sabzi field or when you walk through a field of wheat, or so, how do you feel? You feel liberated, you know what I mean? You feel like, oh man, I'm somewhere else. That's
Did
what.
you learn this from anywhere?
No. I mean, they've been doing it on the farm for so long, and you just watch them and you try and experiment your own. I've done that, and you come with a result. I wanted to grow basmati in Bangalore, so we got basmati seed, and then in our we got a crop, but then there was disease, and I didn't want to use pesticides, and so it's about experimentation and what works, what doesn't work, basically.
So if we talk about your life at farm, now how difficult it is to live in a farm and not, एक metropolitan city में नहीं रहकर एक farm house में रहने के क्या plus या minuses है?
I'll put it the other way. How difficult it is to sit and live in a metropolitan city as compared to a farm.
Okay, let's hear that.
Yeah, because I mean, you guys must have great challenges. Challenges that I felt at one point before all this big thing happened, that you walked away from, and you try to find some kind of balance in, because life is like that, it's so, I mean, there's so many challenges that come in front of you, whether it's career challenges or marriage challenges, children growing up, and all these things that we all go through as human beings. It was better for me to be able to be in a place where I could, my thoughts could be more broader. And anyways, I grew up in Missouri, so that was the Himalayas. So that was the aspect of that in your life, wherever you went. And if it was just too claustrophobic, you left.
somebody had also mentioned this thing कि आपके फार्म हाउस पे सांप और ये सब जंगली जितने भी जानवर है ये भी बहुत सारे आ जाते हैं. So how do you manage all of that?
फार्म होंगे तो सांप होंगे ना. So um, we don't harm them. We allow them to, my son, my children are very much for the wildlife and, to protect all that stuff. But we don't let them come close to the house. They need to be moved. These are things that you don't keep at home, which I keep telling my son that, he goes and catches snakes from the lake. And I say, you don't bring them home, keep them where they're supposed to be.
लकी अली के सन की बात हो रही है तो यहाँ पर उनके बड़े बेटे और छोटे बेटे दोनों हैं ऑडियंस में सो जस्ट से हेलो टू एवरीबॉडी एंड दे लुक सो मच लाइक लकी अली सो मच लाइक दैम आपके बेटे आपके म्यूजिक का आगे थोड़ा ध्यान रख रहे हैं फार्म हाउस म्यूजिक का योर एल्डेस्ट सन टेक्स केयर ऑफ दैट कैन यू टेल अ लिटिल बिट अबाउट दैट आल्सो
Farm house music is something that my nephew Mizan and my younger brother's son and my son decided that they would do because they're musicians themselves. And they were working with a lot of talent locally. And they felt that, to bring things together, to bring artists together. And I was there only, though we did concerts with me. But they're also promoting the local talent that is, that's now growing. And so they're into the music. And so, yeah.
So now let's move forward and talk about social media. What do you think social media is a boon or a bane? What is it?
It depends on how you use it, If it is for self-glorification, then it has a limitation. But if it is more broader, then it has, you reach more people. After a while, people understand, man, you're only like promoting yourself or you're selling yourself. People see through that. So what you do, you should express it and to the best of your, abilities and, not make a story about it. Let people understand and make their own stories from it. Just like writing a song. I write a song and I write the song for myself. But when I give it to someone else to hear it, when I present it, they make their own stories, right? So it's about that basically, I feel. I could be wrong.
So if you're talking about social media, boycott Bollywood एक ऐसा term है जो बहुत ज़्यादा trend कर रहा है. कुछ भी कोई करे किसी ना किसी टॉपिक पर ये boycott Bollywood ये ट्रेंड करने लग जाता है. What are your thoughts about this?
मैं तो बॉलीवुड समझता ही नहीं. I understand it as the Indian film industry, of which all these senior artists, are a part of. But you've dragged them into something called Bollywood. Bollywood is a misnomer that the West said, man, because everything was Hollywood and so you took aspects from that or you copied aspects. So when you copy things without giving credit, you say, so Bolly is it's more a put down, rather. It's nothing to be proud of, really.
I think very well said. Very well said. Moving on, if you're talking about social media, आपके बीच में पैंडेमिक के टाइम पर कुछ वीडियोस बहुत वायरल हो रही थी जिसमें से एक आपका इंटरव्यू था विद एन अरेबिक जर्नलिस्ट जिसमें आपने वो बीच में गाना गाते गाते एक पॉज लिया था और सब लोग सोशल मीडिया पर बूम मच गई थी कि व्हाट हैपेंड, डिड यू गेट इमोशनल, तो क्या हुआ था अराउंड दैट टाइम?
नॉर्मली जब हम कॉन्सर्ट्स करते हैं ना एंड आई सिंग दिस पार्ट मर भी गए and then I just wait for the audience to say so that's what I was just kind of expecting and so that's just what happened. It was nothing more than that.
और सबको लगा कि आप इमोशनल हो गए हैं.
मैं तो कोशिश
सोशल मीडिया कुछ होता क्या है और लोग क्या उसको बना देते हैं.
I was just trying to keep the tune, you know what I mean, so
but you went along with it कि चलो बोल भी रहे हैं तो it's okay.
किसको जवाब देंगे आप, हर किसी को कहाँ जवाब दे सकते हैं. You just do your work.
And if you're talking about viral video, again उसी टाइम पर आपकी एक वीडियो आई थी जो नफीसा जोसेफ ने शेयर की थी जिसमें आप गोवा में खूब मस्ती कर रहे हैं, you're singing song, आप गिटार बजा रहे हैं. उसका what was the whole thing? क्योंकि वो भी वीडियोस बहुत शेयर हुई थी, मिलियंस में गया था उसका व्यू.
So Nafisa ji lives in Goa and we know them, they are family members. So there's this concert happening and you must come and meet these musicians. So I went with Nafisa Appa. And so there was this band called Narang. And they were doing their music. It's a band that comprises of a Persian, you know. So it was an international thing. And then at the end of it, like, I mean, they started playing my songs. So then he just gave me the guitar. And that's when I didn't know what to do. I just sang. Yeah.
So that's how the whole viral video went. So आपके इतने सारे सोशल मीडिया पर वीडियोस जाती हैं, लोगों को ऐसा लगता है कि एक ऐसा समय आ गया था जब आप बिल्कुल मिसिंग हो गए थे. बट आई वाज टॉकिंग टू वन ऑफ योर टीम मेंबर्स एंड शी वाज टेलिंग मी कि लकी जी कहीं नहीं गए थे. ही वाज वेरी मच देयर. आप कॉन्सर्ट्स कर रहे थे, सब कुछ कर रहे थे, सिर्फ आपके एल्बम्स रिलीज नहीं हो रही थी. इज इट? सो व्हाट आर योर फ्यूचर प्लान्स नाउ?
My future plans, I don't make plans as such. Like, I mean, but generally I know that this is what I'd like to, you know, achieve in life. But it's more about, like I wrote a song, सोचा पहाड़ों में जाके रह जाऊं वहां, फिर चला मैं, शहरों में शोर था जोर था, दिल था कहाँ, खो गया मैं. So this is how I feel, you know, the shore and the zor. You just want to be peaceful and just exist.
So आपकी आगे और कितनी एल्बम्स आएंगी?
मुझे पता नहीं, बहुत सारे, I've got about 80-90 songs in my hard drive. I don't know what
80-90 songs.
Yeah, so it'll happen when it has to happen. I don't know.
So every song has a story. Every song that you write has some or the other background, some story related to it.
It would have started from some kind of a feeling, of course. You would have felt something, and that would have inspired a certain riff or a certain line.
So एक message या एक चीज जो आप youth को बोल सकते हैं, जो अब आगे बढ़ना चाह रहे हैं. One thing that you want to say to them to inspire them. Any piece of advice?
I would say that failure is not the end of everything. You know, if you fall, then you should know that you also have the ability to stand up and move ahead. So this is about not feeling afraid to fail. You know, it's part of growing up. There's nothing to be ashamed of it. Because there's a lot of people fail in class, in their exams, and they commit suicide. They find no hope, you know. So failure is good, and it's a positive thing. So if you've not failed, you've not grown.
And one idea of India, according to you, आपके हिसाब से, what is the idea of India?
My idea of India, I don't think you're ready to listen to it.
We are totally ready. Yes, audience, are you ready to hear?
Seriously. So I think that if every Indian was an investor in his own country, for example, they're going to run me out of this country, man, after I say this, but I'd say this. Suppose we have 1.70 billion people in India. Now, we are going for FDIs, we are looking for investments and stuff like that. But what if every Indian gave 10 rupees a day? That is 17 billion rupees a day. That is 382 billion rupees a month. That is about 4,600 and something, 82 again, billion a year. We have 30 states. Imagine if you gave 10.7 billion to each state every month to finish your agriculture, your education, your technology, your roads, you know, supporting the local populace, whatever, part of the growth, and have money also remaining over. This is just an idea. I mean, I thought the simplest thing that we are बोलते ना गरीबी हटाओ तो खुद ही गरीबी को हटाना है. He's not going to come and he gives you the idea that you have to become worth it. Okay, I don't understand the politics of what happens, but I understand that everybody has the capability and the ability to, it's just how you present it. You know, it's in the language that you speak to the people. You invite them with love or you invite. It's about those things, you know. We are a very gentle nation. We're a nation that's very different from the rest of the world. If you've not realized it as yet, you're living in some kind of fool's paradise, you know. We have all the technologies that we need. We have the manpower, but you don't put it together in the right way. You don't, it's not motivated. I'm sorry, but this is, as a citizen, I see this. And it pains me no end that, man, we can change so many things and we just don't do it because you're not motivated to that. You just want everything to come sitting in your lap. You want money to fall in your lap. You want, you know, we threw the colonialism out of the window just to become them. Is this where, I mean, after all these years we've reached, you know? So anyways, this is just an artist's perspective. After this, I'm going to bando my jhola and I'm going to go before someone throws me out, you know, but there's so many things we can do, you know, so many things this country can do. Nothing will change for you till your heart does not change. And no more gyan. This is simple. I am sorry if I spoke beyond my brief.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for this ageless rock star of our nation, Lucky Ali.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ali. What a beautiful session. And I think we can all learn from his humility and how you can chart your own course in life, no matter how you start and where you go. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite on stage Dr. Sameer Bhatti, Director of Star Imaging, to present a token of our gratitude to Lucky Ali for his presence here today. And thank you so much for sharing all your thoughts. A huge round of applause, please. Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. And that brings us now to lunch. So, ladies and gentlemen, we do seek your cooperation in staying on time. We need to reconvene here at 2:05 p.m. because the next sessions will start from 2:10. So, see you all at 2:05 back in this room. Thank you.
Meets the gifted content writer, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
पापा हीरोज करते क्या है?
वो आपके साथ रहते हैं और आपको प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं. हीरो सिर्फ पर्दे के आगे ही नहीं, दीवारों के पीछे भी. गैलेंट एडवांस टीएमटी सरिया. इसकी ताकत बने घर की ढाल और इसकी फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी रखे घर को सॉलिड सालों साल. गैलेंट एडवांस टीएमटी सरिया, निर्माण का रियल हीरो.
Ideas of India co-presented by Dabur Vedic Tea, चाय का वही लाजवाब स्वाद अब सेहत के साथ. Co-powered by Dr. Ortho, अब दर्द भी घुटने टेकेगा. Gallant Advanced TMT सरिया, निर्माण का रियल हीरो. अब आएगा खाने में असली स्वाद राजेश मसाले के साथ. Driven by Maruti Suzuki. Technology partner, create today, enrich tomorrow, Panasonic. Gold partner, Senco Gold and Diamonds, design of India for you. Partner, Vico Vajradanti, India का गम एक्सपर्ट, मजेदार नहीं असरदार. Rummy बोले तो जंगली Rummy, India's most trusted Rummy site. Get quick loans from Tata Capital. बदलते भारत की नई gas, Go Gas. Clean and dry. #1 expert intimate care range. Sidco, we make sittings. MMRDA rebooting Mumbai. Knowledge partner, Sharda University. The world is here at Sharda University. Accredited A+ by NAC. Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the gifted content writer. To create the big dream, the world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
गैलेंट एडवांस टीएमटी सरिया, इसकी ताकत बने घर की ढाल और इसकी फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी रखे घर को सॉलिड सालों साल। गैलेंट एडवांस टीएमटी सरिया, निर्माण का रियल हीरो।
Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the gifted content writer. To create the big dream, the world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
पापा हीरोज करते क्या है?
वो आपके साथ रहते हैं और आपको प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं। हीरो सिर्फ पर्दे के आगे ही नहीं, दीवारों के पीछे भी। गैलेंट एडवांस टीएमटी सरिया, इसकी ताकत बने घर की ढाल और इसकी फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी रखे घर को सॉलिड सालों साल। गैलेंट एडवांस टीएमटी सरिया, निर्माण का रियल हीरो।
Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst. To create the big dream, the world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
गैलेंट एडवांस टीएमटी सरिया, इसकी ताकत बने घर की ढाल और इसकी फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी रखे घर को सॉलिड सालों साल। गैलेंट एडवांस टीएमटी सरिया, निर्माण का रियल हीरो।
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the talented photographer. To create the big dream, the world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
पापा हीरोज करते क्या है?
वो आपके साथ रहते हैं और आपको प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं। हीरो सिर्फ पर्दे के आगे ही नहीं, दीवारों के पीछे भी। गैलेंट एडवांस टीएमटी सरिया, इसकी ताकत बने घर की ढाल और इसकी फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी रखे घर को सॉलिड सालों साल। गैलेंट एडवांस टीएमटी सरिया, निर्माण का रियल हीरो।
Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the gifted content writer. To create the big dream, the world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
गैलेंट एडवांस टीएमटी सरिया, इसकी ताकत बने घर की ढाल और इसकी फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी रखे घर को सॉलिड सालों साल। गैलेंट एडवांस टीएमटी सरिया, निर्माण का रियल हीरो।
Ideas of India co-presented by Dabur Vedic Tea, चाय का वही लाजवाब स्वाद अब सेहत के साथ। Co-powered by Dr. Ortho, अब दर्द भी घुटने टेकेगा। Gallant Advanced TMT सरिया, निर्माण का रियल हीरो। अब आएगा खाने में असली स्वाद राजेश मसाले के साथ। Driven by Maruti Suzuki. Technology partner, create today, enrich tomorrow, Panasonic. Gold partner, Senco Gold and Diamonds, design of India for you. Partner, Biko Vachidanti, India का गम एक्सपर्ट, मजेदार नहीं असरदार। रमी बोले तो जंगली रमी, India's most trusted रमी site. Get quick loans from Tata Capital. बदलते भारत की नई गैस, Go Gas. Clean and dry. Number 1 expert intimate care range. Sidco, we make cities. MMRDA rebooting Mumbai. Knowledge partner, Sharda University. The world is here at Sharda University. Accredited A+ by NAC.
पापा हीरोज करते क्या है?
वो आपके साथ रहते हैं और आपको प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं। हीरो सिर्फ पर्दे के आगे ही नहीं, दीवारों के पीछे भी। गैलेंट एडवांस टीएमटी सरिया, इसकी ताकत बने घर की ढाल और इसकी